Have you ever traveled through time? We do it every day.
Asgardia is a country with a population of more than 1 million people from more than 200 countries on Earth. Asgardia gives everyone equal opportunities, no matter what their earthly status is.
It is possible to create and live in the future right now. Are you ready? Forward progress is the solution to the entire human race. Our mission is to bridge new horizons. In Asgardia, there is no limit to the universal development in the fields of technology, finance, and arts. Asgardia is a new space and digital economy which creates opportunities for the global economy. We deliver innovations. Do you want to get on board with us? We are developing various kinds of digital businesses, attracting them to the Asgardia platform that can be backed by the means of our umbrella, i.e. franchising of the Asgardia brand. We can not only attract investments into space programs from prominent institutional investors, but also affordable amounts from the citizens of Asgardia. We comprise of more than 1 million people.
Asgardia is a chance to realize one's dream. This is a dream-driven space nation. Asgardia is a chance to belong to a community of free-thinking enthusiasts, goal-driven dreamers, and fearless innovators, theorists, and scientists.
We are the first space nation. One humanity, one unity.
Asgardia.
We are creating
The future.
I'm going to put my screen on just to the picture for a moment because I need to just move one piece of equipment. I'll be back in just a minute. Yep, but carry on talking. I'll be able to hear you.
Yes, Jason, what do you say?
Oh, I'm in the car right this second, so I'm on my phone, which is probably why the microphone's not good. But it's good to see you again, Ariadne. How have you been?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Hi, Ria, how are you?
I'm good. And yourself?
Yes, I'm fine. This hour is perfect for me at 7 o'clock in the shop. That's good. Mr. Peter Bohan, how are you?
I'm not well, to be honest. I'm just, I've come on today in case Lambert was late.
No. He's hurry up.
Can't see him yet. Is he here yet?
I am here, yes.
Oh, there you are.
Yes.
All right. Oh, thank God.
Right,
Yeah.
I was just moving one piece of equipment.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you're looking very, very sharp as well.
I feel great. I've just spent a few hours on television running my show, the one that increasingly you good people will be on. And I just had to shift one piece of the equipment, and I've done that, and we are now all set.
Good. Well, I'm gonna turn the camera off. I'm dealing with my mother as well because she's just gone into hospital. I've just had a debate with him upon whether or not she was going to go into hospital or not. So she's there now. Got a chest infection and threatening pneumonia. So
you've got to put yourself first today, Peter. If you're able to attend tomorrow, that would be appreciated. Or if you feel better later. I anticipate that this is just a guesstimate. The maximum we can do it today is 8 hours. I'm expecting we will be finished in about 5.
Right.
And so, but I'll text you when I'll send you a message when we finish. So
thanks, mate. I'll try and get back on if I can, but I'm just not well.
Don't forget to vote. Do that.
I've already voted.
Good. There's one person.
And your mother in our thoughts and prayers.
Yeah. Absolutely. I second that as well. I second exactly what Jason said.
Yeah, I feel it.
Focus on your life. Or you can leave it on. You can leave it on if you want on silent, and then if you want to dip in and out. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely meeting today.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you.
All right. See you later.
Yes. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right. So, we'll start now. Actually, welcome everybody. I'm Rebecca. Let me just check. We are live and broadcasting. Are we? Thank you very much indeed, Rebecca, who does fantastic work. And obviously, I hope Rebecca will be able to help with the Eclipse project, Eclipse. Right, so welcome everyone for the second day of the fourth sitting of our second term. That's a lot of sittings that we've had, and it's a pleasure to be with you again. I'm Len Bitopic, the Chair of Parliament of Asgardia, the world's first space nation and the first fully functioning digital democracy in human history. What you're observing today is the second day of our broadcast parliamentary sitting. It is the culmination of other work, and I'll explain that in a minute. Before we go any further, I would invite our interpreters to give a brief explanation of how you can listen in Turkish, Russian, and Spanish. Let's start with our Turkish interpreters first. Good afternoon to you. If you could take the floor.
Başlayalım. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Opik. Değerli Asgardia parlamenterleri, Asgardia'nın ikinci parlamentosunun 4. oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Bugün oturumun ikinci günü. Yine tercümanlarınız Eren ve Alper size Türkçe ve İngilizce eş zamanlı olarak tercüme yapacak. Türkçe tercümeyi Zoom pencerenizin alt kısmındaki küre ikonuna tıklayarak seçebilirsiniz. Söz aldığınızda tercih ettiğiniz dilde konuşmanız yeterli olacaktır. Sizin tüm söyledikleriniz diğer dile anında çevrilecektir. Hepinize verimli oturumlar dileriz. Teşekkürler.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's move on to our Russian interpreters.
I guess I'm unassigned now. Thank you so much, Linda.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, dear MPs. Дорогие парламентарии, русскоговорящие, вас приветствует снова ваш русский переводчик Елена Хмелева в прямом эфире сегодня. Это уже второй день нашего цифрового заседания номер 4 в составе второго парламента Асгардии. И, как уже ранее заявлялось, мы осуществляем синхронный перевод на русский, испанский и турецкий языки с английского основного языка заседания. И вам нет необходимости переходить в другой канал, вы уже находитесь в нужном канале, и если хотите высказаться, можете просто поднять руку, и господин председатель вас заметит и даст вам возможность высказаться. И пауз делать нет необходимости, так как мы переводим синхронно, как я уже сказала. И просто главное помнить о том, чтобы, если можно говорить немного помедленнее, чтобы мы, переводчики, успевали изложить ваши мысли именно так, как вы их передаете. Спасибо вам большое и плодотворной вам работы сегодня.
Thank you very much indeed. And I hope that you will very much enjoy your elevated status now, because I suppose you're the lead interpreter there. Let's move on to our Spanish interpreter. Good evening to you, I suspect.
Good night. 10 p.m. here.
It's always night time. I know I keep doing this to you, Liz Garriga, but it's for a good cause.
It's okay. It's good. Good timing for me. Thank you. Bienvenidos a este segundo día de la cuarta sesión parlamentaria del segundo parlamento, como lo mencionó el presidente Lenbit. Estamos haciendo traducción simultánea para los que ya conocen el trabajo de los intérpretes y para las nuevas personas hacemos traducción simultánea en los idiomas ruso, turco, español, y si no necesitan parar, hacer pausas para hacer la traducción, pero deben tener en cuenta hablar un poco despacio para hacer la mejor interpretación posible. Si tienen alguna pregunta, por favor, comuníquense en el chat o comuníquense con la coordinadora del Parlamento si tienen una emergencia que tenga que ver con las traducciones y ellos nos van a dejar saber. Nada, eso es todo. Que tengamos un segundo día excelente. Gracias.
Thanks so much to our interpreters. One request, please don't speak too fast. I'm saying that to myself also. We need to make sure the speed at which we talk is manageable for the interpreters. If I speak too quickly or you do, then I'll get a message and I will ask us to speak more slowly. We save a huge amount of time because of the simultaneous interpretation. And that means that we do more work with less time. That's why we often finish earlier than we used to, because we save theoretically 75% of our time, but probably more like 60%. So we get more deep conversation and more detailed conversation in less time. And that's a great thing. So let us continue then. I will, as always, start with a summary of yesterday. Then I will look at today, and then we will start with the work. Yesterday, I opened the session as Chair of Parliament, and we had some announcements. One clarification, Dr. Belakovsky will be addressing us tomorrow, not today. I said today, but that was an error. It's tomorrow. We'll be speaking with him, hearing from him about the very interesting experiments that Asgardia is involved with. We opened the voting, and that voting is now available for you to be involved in. And we also had a discussion about a new kind of debate today, which is called a development debate or an augmentation debate. And that's on one of the pieces of legislation. We're going to have the government hour, but I'll come to that in just a moment. And we closed yesterday after about 1 hour, 5 minutes, having covered everything we needed to. Remember, we have an election tomorrow for the chair of the Finance Committee. And thank you for those who've approached me. I will speak about that tomorrow, not today. And by the end of tomorrow, we will have 12 committee chairs for 12 committees. Looking at today, we are going to start with the Consumer Protection Act with Mr. John Fine. I hope that the timing is now better, starting at 1300 for our America's people, North and South America, and that it's not too bad, too difficult for our people in the Far East. So John will start with that. Then we will talk about the second, that's for the first reading. Then we'll talk about the second reading for the Safety and Security Cyber Act with Mr. Ricky Sickles. Had a very good conversation with him. I hope that the document is now correct, but you can clarify that, Ricky, when you speak. Then we'll talk about the Foreign Affairs Act. Sorry, we're going to be, correction. Further might not be available then, so it'll be later on in the day for the Foreign Affairs Act. But we'll talk about the Digital Property Act with John Fine, then the Digital Interface Act, which will be the development debate. That's a new concept. A formal version of the Asgardia Legislative Forum. And then we will talk about the Foreign Affairs Act. At 1600 today, we will have the government hour. That will include the financial overview from Minister Mark Bogan. So wherever we are in our debate, at 1600, we will speak with the government. This helps them organize their involvement in our day. And then we will return to the agenda. Then we will close when we finished with the legislation and we finished with the government hour. We will close. I guess that will be at about 1800 UTC. Well, that's my guess. The latest it can be is 2100. So I think we'll do 5 hours out of the 8, which is possible. Also, the voting is open, as I say, so you can vote. It might be good to hear the debate before you do vote, but if you already know where you stand, then that's not a problem at all. If you have any logistical problems, then just get in touch with me straight away. Just raise your hand or even speak up. That's not a problem. Just unmute yourself and say. If, for example, we have a problem with the interpretation or if you cannot see slides, then just say so. I don't expect to have any problems with my system. If I do have a problem with the system, then I just ask John Fine to chair. He's done that before for me informally. If for some reason my system fails, it'll only fail briefly. I don't think it will fail at all today because I have now hardwired my computer into the system. I do not use Wi-Fi anymore, and that improves the quality of the picture. Any questions on that before we move on to the first item? I will also add, we will have breaks. We'll have one short break, one longer break, and if necessary, one more short break. And I would expect to have the first short break after the first two pieces of legislation. And then if we need a longer break later, it depends how long we are going to be together. If it looks like we can finish faster, then we'll have just one break, but I expect it'll be two. Good. Okay, let's move on. And if you are watching, by the way, anywhere in the world, please do think about becoming a resident of Asgardia. That's 100 euros per annum. And that means that you can be 100% involved in the affairs of Asgardia. You can become an active member of the civic society. You can stand for the parliament when the next election takes place. And remember, this is not edited and this is not censored. What you see is in real time. It's a real democracy and the first successful digital democracy in human history. So let's go to John Fine. John, good morning. I do believe this is probably a better time for you than the old time. If that's the case, then we'll stick with this. It's still 6:15, I guess, where you are in the morning, but it's better than 3:15. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Well, no, actually, it's 8:15. This is a great time.
Oh, yes.
I actually woke up 2 hours ago and had time to eat breakfast and take the dogs out and fix my coffee and everything. So I'm happy.
I'm worried about that, John, because you might start loving life on Earth so much that you don't do enough to build life in space.
Oh,
make
no,
you
you don't
suffer.
have to worry about that.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. We're doing consumer protection, right?
Yes. First reading. We see it? Yeah.
Hey, good to go.
Good luck with the video. We can hear it.
Introducing the first reading of Asgardia Consumer Protection Act. Asgardia Consumer Protection Act core principles. To protect Asgardian consumer rights, Asgardia will introduce the following principles: a fair, efficient, and informed marketplace for businesses and consumers. Consumer protection policies promote consumer, businesses, and marketplace confidence. Consumer protection policies promote fair, effective, and efficient regulatory practices. A dispute resolution process that is fair, impartial, and accessible. Consumer protection policies that ensure all rights are protected. Consumer protection policies encouraging transparency, sustainability, and adaptability to foster productive business environments and economic growth. We will be introducing the following articles. Article 1, Consumer Protection Policy. Article 2, Consumer Identity. Article 3, Consumer Complaints. Article 4, Consumer Relevancy. Article 5, Consumer Non-Relevancy. Article 6, Consumer Rights. And Article 7, Consumer Protection Evolution. Thank you. We value your support. If you have any questions or need more information, you can contact me at john.fine@asgardia.space. I am the chairman of the Trade and Commerce Committee for the Asgardia Space Nation. And now we open the floor for questions and answers.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much, John. That was very clear and concise, and quite a lot shorter than I expected. It's very good. To explain to viewers around the world, success is outcome, not minutes and hours of time spent on those outcomes. Also, a large amount of time is spent in advance of these sessions to make sure that the documents are good, and our Asgardia legislative forums help with that. So John has presented the first reading. Any observations or questions from colleagues here about what you have seen? I've got one question for you, John, which has been sent to me.
Okay.
Through the social networks. And if you are watching, feel free to contact me at Asgardia, at chair.parliament@asgardia.space, and I will happily ask your questions on your behalf if I have time. The question is this: is there a danger that we're creating a litigious system? To put that in different words, by introducing consumer protection acts, instead of just letting the market cause the success of good products and the failure of bad products, by producing Consumer Protection Act, is there a danger that we create an entire new business in legal action against contractors and product makers?
No, I don't think so. I think in any kind of government organization, you've got to have standards. And basically all this does is confirm Asgardia standards that are already written within our Constitution. So we're not really creating anything new. Our Constitution already guarantees these, but we're just confirming them through an act so that we have a law in place in case our consumers, whether they be a business, because this act is for businesses just as much as it is for an individual. And it's, any kind of organization or any kind of individual. It's for everybody. So, and all of those entities need to be protected in some sort of way, because even businesses with best practices can sometimes not have the best practices. So, and and so we want something in place that basically says this is our standard. Okay, as long as you stick to our standard, we're okay with it. You know, if you decide to circumvent our standard, then we're not okay with it. So I think that, yeah, I don't think there's any threat at all.
What would you answer? How would you answer the question which the questioner is clearly asking? Why not let the market decide? Because if you have a competitive situation and two companies both offer the same product, if company B's product is bad, I will buy it off company A. So company B will either go bankrupt or will have to improve its product.
Right. Well, I mean, and that's called competition. And this act really doesn't involve that. This act involves whether company A's product is better or whether a company, but whether or not Asgardia wants, whether or not the product is healthy, is safe, and that's what this act's all about. And so it doesn't matter what company A and company B is doing, right? Whatever the end result of their actions is, then that result will have to go off our standard. You know, so if company A wins with a better product and we buy company A's product, but company A decides to put some type of chemical in their product that's unhealthy for humans, and people start getting sick and dying from that product, and maybe company A doesn't even know that this is that's unhealthy. Well, this act gives us the ability to go back to company A and say, hey, look, you've got an unhealthy product in your product. You need to change it. You need to change the ingredients so that people don't get sick. And then they also need to there needs to be some type of adjudication or whatever so that they pay for what happened to the people that took the product in the first place, you know, so that they get compensated, whether, and so I think you have to have a law in place for that. And this doesn't really affect, this is not really designed to determine the markets. What the markets do is designed to regulate what's safe for Asgardians. And it really has nothing to do with the markets themselves, although it could affect market in some sort of way. Some countries' laws do, and when the politicians get involved and what have you, they do affect the markets in some sort of way. But you still have to have a standard, a safety standard, and this is actually the standards in this act was designed from the United Nations principles that they say is safe for all consumer rights and consumer products. And so it's got an international, universal acceptance to it. So, yeah.
Thank you, John. As I say, I was just passing on that question. Ariadne next, and Ricky. Ariadne, good morning.
Thank you, John. Congratulations. You are an amazing filmmaker.
Thank you, Ariane. And I'm probably saying your name wrong because I always do, but thank you.
All right. Well, in the future, maybe we'll be able to create space suites, and the people says, "Oh, the other one is better than Asgardian suites." It's logical because the competitive is something that exists in the environment of the consumers.
Yes. Well, I mean, whatever Asgardia invents, I think it's important that it stays safe for the consumer, both within the business that's making it and both within the individual that's wearing it. And so for me, that is the biggest issue is safety. Uh, uh, because we all want to live. We all want to not be sick. We all want to, and there's too many of us that have experienced where something that we ate or something that we bought has actually created discomfort in our lives, and we didn't like that. We didn't enjoy that. And so I think it's proper that we have laws in place to ensure that we don't have to experience that, at least at a manageable level, you know? And so, yeah, thank you, Ariana. Appreciate that. Good question.
Let's go to Ricky next.
Hello. Good presentation, John. I think what the individual that sent the question in is watching. I think what he was referring to was frivolous lawsuits that are sometimes created using the Consumer Protection Act of whatever country. And that you got, I'm going to call them what they are, ambulance chasers out there that will make a case for stuff that really shouldn't even go to court. Now, I can see compensating and things like that, but at the same time, you got to be careful that it doesn't open up a window for that kind of opportunistic endeavors, which could actually do more harm to an economy than a few other things that might possibly happen. But yeah, I think that's mostly what that individual was referring to, was frivolous lawsuits and how that would affect the economics and affect companies and individuals who, were talked into doing a class action suit. And because about a third to a half of that money that's collected a lot of times goes to the lawyer. So it is a lucrative business. Thanks.
I actually, when I was a member of Parliament in the United Kingdom, I handled a case where a third party had secured some pension for a woman, but it was taking over half of the pension as payment. And it seemed very unfair to me. I have got a problem myself in the UK at the moment with an insurance company that refuses to pay for some damage which was caused. I paid for the insurance company for 25 years and they refuse on the technicality. That's the kind of thing I'm worried about, John, just in terms of us having people trying to make money or behaving unreasonably just because they can. And I think the market is the best way to deal with that. Let me come back to you in the... Yeah, okay, John, do you want to respond to that and then we'll carry on?
Yes, well, I agree. I agree that what Ricky's saying, and we do have those, and it's unfortunate that we have people like that who are working on bad faith, and we would all like people to be in good faith when they do transactions through business and various things, and they try to find loopholes in laws to support their bad faith. So I think it's important that we don't allow this law to get that way. Now, I do know that early on in this act's history, it was reviewed by a very successful business person, which we all know has been Dale, and he more or less stood his ground on a few provisions and said, no, these will not go in there for that particular reason that you're talking about, because they will create loopholes that don't need to be created. And so those provisions were removed. And that's the beauty of it, that we have a lot of business people in Asgardia that has looked at this, and this act is not really oriented around business. It's more oriented around protection, safety. So it doesn't specify that this guy gets more, this guy gets. It doesn't like it. The scale of it remains balanced, and it also gives the minister whoever is orchestrating, whoever is going to manage Asgardia's consumer protection, whichever agency we have or whichever minister that does that, it gives them the ability to regulate that management of our consumer protection. And hopefully our leaders don't allow this bad faith politics to filter into our Consumer Protection Act. And a lot of that will be determined in codes and in regulations. So, and not the act itself, because this here is just a framework. And, framework, you can build a lot of things on a framework. You can build a good, stable, balanced law, or you can build those loopholes in there. And I happen to know that the United States' laws have gotten so many daggum loopholes in them now, it's pathetic. So, but we don't have to be that way. And I don't personally believe that we're not that way. We don't think that way. And we're the ones that are going to control that, ultimately. We're the ones that are going to control that, the ministers, and all of our organizational structure is going to control how that is managed. So it's really up to us whether or not that, and at least within Asgardia, we can't do much about what happens within an Earth state other than what we stand on as our principles. But at least within Asgardia, we can try to control that and not allow that bad faith to move in and take over. That's the best I can do there.
I find that interesting, and I think we'll talk more about this in second reading when we're looking at the exact way that the law is framed. Jason next, then Ross, Ikiobi, the other Jason, and then Ben. Jason Berry.
Hi. You hear me now? Jeff?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
Hi. Good morning in here, United States. I'm why do my business is I serve a lot of customers for the product to follow me. Okay. And what you talk about is it's almost very familiar and a little bit dangerous. There's a lot of issue with that because but I don't know how to explain the whole thing. I don't want it down, so I'll make sure you understand me.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, this is what I want.
Fine.
So, like, when they the NTR, that they all follow the standard, how would they know who to hold them accountable? If we become so big to the point, who to say what they can and cannot do? That's one thing. And two, if we give a platform to small and large business in product service or media, who to overwatch that platform? We do not have overwatch to make sure we hold them accountable and our staff accountable as a business owner for Asgardia. So that's why I'm trying to figure out where is that framework that you have and actually provide a backup to ensure that NTR comes down just not validated during the service. Because when we try to say you can't do this or they can't do this, because we have a company that's compete with other companies. So who's the hold accountable, not just customer, but also us, as the business owner within Asgardia. So you gotta think about that. Because when you talk about a loophole, that's the loophole. So that's the big issue we need to fix, And so how can we fix that? That's one big thing is because when you working with people who compete with another company, we have to figure out how can we have a platform where the NTR doesn't try to overtake it and try to find a resolution on what they can do within the business war. And even if it is up or it's space, but both of them have a same behavior is how we do things either for finance reason or for a service reason. And right now, I know for a fact, as a business owner myself, that in fact, so many people's business is that when people try to grow the business, they not always have a bad faith. They don't always have that. Sometimes they make a mistake, they're not aware if there is another competition. It's your somebody say, hey, we have that. So make sure you don't copy it. But you can do what you want to do, but make sure it doesn't hurt other people's business. So there's a lot of things in your framework that need to be worked on. So to make sure people are aware of who's going to be holding accountable for what, from SEO and a direct customer. So.
Thank you. Jason has put his questions into the
I read it. Yeah.
Chat.
And
I'm just going to say one thing. One thing about the point you've expanded on in your commentary, Jason. Asgardia will not put barriers to competition with external non-Asgardian companies. The loophole point I get, but really there's John's previous answer to the previous question was one about reasonableness. But let John answer. John.
Yes. Well, there's not really much we can do to fix the laws of Earth. Okay. All we can do is try to be better. One of the HON's primary things that he said a lot at the very beginning is that we do not bring the garbage from Earth into Asgardia. Okay. So, and that is all in mindset. Okay. It's all in mindset. Either you're going to work in good faith while you're in Asgardia, or you're going to work in bad faith. And it's that simple. And if you're working in good faith, our laws work perfect for good faith. They're like the chairman said, they're reasonable and they're manageable and they're adjustable. So, and as long as everybody's working in good faith, there won't be any problems. But even if there are problems, we have other systems within Asgardia to address that. We have our Constitution, which definitely works in good faith. We have our judicial system with the judicial acts, and all of those are covered. We have the dispute resolution, right? And as far as I'm concerned, all of our laws are written so that we maintain that balance within Asgardia, and that bad faith doesn't creep in and take over. As I read them, that's what I read. I don't see people working in bad faith. You see that a lot in Earth states. Yes, absolutely. But I just don't see it happening in Asgardia as long as we keep our framework to our laws, to the Constitution, and to that good faith type work ethic or business ethic. I think we'll be okay.
Thanks, John. Let me go to Well, do you want to come back to that, Jason?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
Go on.
Okay. I didn't tell you anything that, but reality, even if we don't have Earth, we're putting in out there, but reality, we're going to be partner with people who have Earth business. We register with out there. Okay. It's sometimes there be bad faith or good faith. But the problem is, how do we divide a bad faith? So that's the problem with that, because even if the person themselves actually are bad faith, but the company itself is not actually a bad faith. But we have to remember, we still do business with Earth, even though we are separate by partnership or by a corporate company within Australia. But even if we have our own constitution, we have our own jurisdiction, which is great. But the thing is, Earth still could do us as their own government or their own citizen. They should do us if they feel we're not providing them a platform that matches within our constitution. They could come up and use the Earth and do us in Australia. So how can we actually guarantee that Earth will be the law to a state Australia, a government, their own government? You still talk to our government and say, hey, your constitution doesn't fit with our business, with our Earth business, or our Earth law. So how can you fit between one Earth government and Australian government? So that's a big thing.
Well, the way you do that is the way the HON has already set the tone for that, and that is that he wants us to when we make our laws, he wants us to evaluate the framework that's already been established within the United Nations, and adjust our laws to that framework. So, and the reason why is because the United Nations has well over 200 and some countries that already have worked out those kind of circumstances within themselves. Okay. Now they haven't worked them out perfectly. They haven't worked them out exactly the way everybody wants it to be worked out, but they have tried to maintain a balance within the United Nations of how it's fair and equitable to and equality as well to all nations. So so that's, and as long as we keep, and I know this law here has been actually framed to the framework of the United Nations. United Nations had a really good, as you saw in the video, there was like 12 principles towards consumer protection, and it's stuff that these countries have already worked out through negotiation. Okay, now some countries don't work on that. Okay, there's parts of that they don't. I mean, it's like United States still haven't signed I think the space treaty. You know, some countries don't follow what the United Nations does, but the HON has said, you know, he believes in the United Nations. He believes that those nations united together, trying to do the right thing, what's fair and equitable amongst all countries, is the right way to go. And so that's how we stay connected to Earth states, is we work through that framework, that framework that's already been developed by the United Nations and all the nations within the United Nations, and that's a considerable amount. And it's also how you stay. You know, they have the legal systems and all that, and our legal systems. You know, that the synergy. We keep our synergy between that and us, and that's how we keep that connection, I think. That's my, yeah.
Thanks, John. Let's go on to Ross next. Then Ikeobi, Ross.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak about the concept of just letting the market sort it out. I don't think that the absence of consumer protection is going to be good in that regard, because aside from what John said about having a good faith system, a lot of people don't operate in good faith. And there needs to be protections against that. And we've seen time and time again, when the markets try to sort things out, they often try to sort things out for their benefit. This includes collusion, it includes price fixing, it includes hiring think tanks to create favorable reports for themselves to make their product look healthier or better. So I do think consumer protection is necessary to make sure that these rare bad elements who may try to do these things to subvert the good faith are able to be held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's a fair point. I understand the bad faith point as well. I just think I'm personally quite negative about consumer protection, because when it's really mattered, it hasn't protected me. I think that's the reason I have the view that I do.
I think any extreme is bad. So too much is probably bad, and too little is probably bad. So I do hope that John will be able to strike that balance.
Yes, yeah, exactly. The balance is important. But I can give a perfect example, and most people have probably long forgotten about this, but when the new Teflon frying pans came out, they were all the world raved, oh, these great frying pans, non-stick, everything else. And this was the very first ones that came out. And it turned out that coating was extremely hazardous to humans. And it spreads within our water streams and all that very rapidly. There was a huge study done, found out that most people that was even near or even not near these facilities was contaminated. At the time, they had a huge figure. It was like 70-some% of the world's population had Teflon flowing through their veins. So and so that was changed through consumer protection. So, but at the time, the market said, "Hey, this is the greatest thing in the world," this non-stick frying pan. And the ones we have today are not the same as the ones we had back then. That very first non-stick frying pan. So anyway, that's an example.
Thank you. Non-stick frying pans theoretically came from the Apollo space program, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. I don't think they fried any bacon and eggs on the moon. KOB next.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak. I do have some aspects I want to bring up. It's good to see everyone on the call as well. So one thing I wanted to focus on in regards to consumer protection, I believe that consumer protection is essential. I agree that we should make space for it as well. But one thing I'd like us to also note is that consumer protection should focus on the people. There should be some balance between how someone sort of redresses a consumer protection issue and how the company sort of addresses it as well. And an aspect of consumer protection that I think people fail to sort of address or understand is retaliation. I don't know if you've gone to a casino or you've experienced it in that area, or just been in a consumer protection issue. How they say the house always wins. There are mechanisms out there to allow for these big businesses to collect even if they are at loss. And I think because we are in space as well, and we are in this particular situation, we have to make room for retaliation and how companies address those particular issues. When there's a situation at hand, large companies have formed coalitions, as Ross said earlier on, think tanks and ways to I wouldn't say squash the individual, but find other ways to prevent them from actually achieving that goal. So it's not actually the business. It could be time in itself and how they review it. So I think focusing a lot on retaliation and also focusing a lot on how you also appease the customer are one of the main aspects that I think we should focus on, especially in an enclosed space as Asgardia would be. There's nowhere for anyone else to go. So I think focusing on those aspects are one of the main things I believe consumer protection laws and requirements that we're looking at should focus on, especially when we are making sure that the people are the first ones who are we're looking to protect them in regards to this matter.
John, do you want to reply to
Yes,
that?
I
John?
agree. I agree. Yeah, and space. You know, the thing about space, and I listen to NASA. I'm a NASA junkie, so I'm always listening to what's coming out of NASA. And the one thing that NASA says the most is that space doesn't care if you live or die. Okay, but it's definitely going to try to kill you. Okay, and that is a fact. Space is not made human is not made for humans. Okay, so and and none of the environments in space, unless we find planets that are habitable, are made for humans. We have to make them habitable. We have to make our habitable spaces, and so that alone is extremely important. And so definitely we have to protect how we do that, because I mean, if you do something wrong, you can wipe out a whole colony of people or a whole station in a matter of seconds, you know, and they're gone. There is no coming back from that. So, yes, I think that's very important, especially important in space. Here on Earth, Earth is very forgiving. And we can, you know, Lord knows we do a lot of practices here on Earth that we shouldn't be doing as human beings. And Earth has been very forgiving to us so far, right? But it's starting to fight back a little in other areas. Okay, it's like, okay, enough is enough. But in space, space ain't going to have to fight back. It's going to wipe you out whether you like it or not. So anyway, that's that's a good point.
I agree, especially when it comes to resources and availability. When companies are sort of price gouging or finding ways to control the market in regards to their personal interest, we need to make sure that the individuals are being reviewed, because if they are in a situation where they are not able to sort of receive the resources that they need, the food, the water, the shelter, or those necessities that would need to uh, be included in the development of this aspect, it turns into a difficult situation and could overall result in a destruction of the enterprise or something that is essential to the production of our solutions. And I believe that if we focus on the individual specifically, we'd be able to sort of get them to where they are, focus on the time that it takes to arbitrate, focus on the people who are involved in arbitration, especially when it comes to customer service or the people who are creating these specific issues based off of the position that they are and the access that they have as well. That's what a lot of CEOs and Fortune 500 companies and chairmen sort of don't sort of realize, that their company is at the hand of their customer service agents. And when it comes to arbitration or focusing on the solution that is at hand, it tends to fall on deaf ears, because they've given this individual the sort of power to control something that could otherwise affect a huge Fortune 500 company at that particular level. So yes, I agree with you.
I'm going to move on to Jason next, and then Ben. So Jason Colby.
Yes. Hi. Good morning.
Hi.
Can everybody hear me okay?
5 out of 5. Yeah.
Excellent. So I just wanted to agree with John on a couple of points. that, well, I think that a lot of people will probably be operating in good faith, hopefully. I would like to think that the Asgardians are some of the best and the brightest minds on the planet, and that we're trying to put forward a better foot, so to speak, in forming this new society that's not going to, to use your words, be bringing the trash from Earth state with us. So especially because of the fact that we're a much smaller unit than the entire population of Earth, it should be at the beginning a little bit easier to weed out individuals that may have bad faith, that are trying to just, get some money out of a situation unjustly. But I do feel that this is important because if you look at how things are in the United States, we have everything run by the corporations, and the consumers pretty much have no protection. And you can try to fight back, but you're just going to get squashed. So I would rather see protections in place that would limit the ability of bigger companies to dominate and have control, rather than, even if it means that there may be a few individuals that would try to take advantage of the system, I think they could be weeded out pretty easily. But, going back, I feel like I would want to give the best, give people the opportunity to show what their true colors are before we, start worrying about individuals that might be trying to take advantage. I think people would mostly operate in good faith, especially in this new system. But yeah, I really feel like it's important to have those protections in place. So good job on the presentation, John. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. I'm going to go to Ben and then come back to you, John, because it looks like that was a vote of support. So you've got at least 2 votes if you vote for it as well, John. Ben, good afternoon, Minister. Good to see you.
Hi, Chairperson of Parliament. Very nice seeing you. I like your tie.
This whole thing. Should be wearing the Asgardia one.
Much better than my tie.
Yeah, you don't have to. You're not under the same pressure as me.
Very nice seeing the Parliament. John, very nice seeing you as well. I'm pleasantly surprised at the level of engagement on this act, because it's something that's close to my heart. There's a lot of disagreement between me and John right from the start. And the more we talked about it, the more we agreed on it. We both gave a little bit and we both won a little bit, until we both felt that we've both lost enough to make it an even match. And it's something that can go forward. I just want to comment on some of the issues, because as most laws, this is going to turn out to be a framework law. And obviously, I assume it's something like an ombuds council that will be established, that will look at things. But I want to start right at the beginning, and it says it's the Consumer Protection Act. Okay, so if we go and look at what's a consumer, it's a person or a group of persons that intend to do something. They haven't done it yet. When we distinguish that between a customer is somebody that has done something already. He's paid money, he's made an agreement, but a consumer is somebody that intends to do something. And also a consumer is somebody that's not directly related to the business or to the owners of the business. So if I'm on Starshop and Ria comes to me and says, I'm a consumer and I don't like the way you run Starshop, sorry for you. You're related to me. You're not a consumer. You're a directly affected party. Okay, so that means that there's something which is called in law an arm's length transaction that can take place. The two parties are not directly related, and that means that this law is there to protect those that are not directly related to the supplier of the product or service, but they do intend to purchase that product or service. That sets the stage for how we approach conflict, because this law is not when everything goes well. All laws are there for when things go wrong, so that we've got guidance on how to proceed when things go wrong, not necessarily how things go right. If me and John have an agreement and we buy each other a beer and everything's happy, we don't need a law. But if I bumped John's beer and he had to pay for it and now it's out of pocket and he wants me to pay for it, then we've got to go back to the law and says, what does the law say about this? Okay, so one of the other things which I want to touch on then at that point is intent. And John has mentioned very well about good faith intentions, and that brings us to intent. We all know that the shorter something is written that defines the intent of something, the easier it can be argued in a court of law. The more specific points you put in, the easier it is to get away on technicalities. Just ask Lembit. I'm sure his insurance policy's got 5 to 7 pages of rules and regulations, and one of those rules and regulations is tripping him up now. If there was one page with the intent of him paying for insurance cover and the insurance company on receiving an insurance premium will cover any claim, that's 2 articles, two paragraphs on 1 page, and Lembit could take that company to court and claim his insurance payout. But because there's 7 or 8 pages of stipulations, so in my viewpoint, when we look at something, we need to very well look at the at fairness, but we need to look at intent. And the intent of this law is to protect consumers. And remember, a business can also be a consumer of another business when they're not related to each other. So the intent of this law is to protect people that intend to buy. They haven't done it yet. They're not customers yet. There's another protection for customers. We're talking about consumers. These are people that is still going to become customers. Okay, so how do we handle that? The best way to handle that is to have everybody on the same playing field. Everybody knows the rules of the game. So a big portion of the Consumer Protection Act is to make sure that people that supply products and services know what they may do and what they may not do. And then the consumer also has that same rule book. They know what may be done to them and what may not be done to them. So a big part of the Consumer Protection Act would be education of both the consumers and the suppliers of the consumers. And the second will be, how do you address something that's wrong in this process? We will not allow consumers to take businesses to court because there's no relationship between the two. The only one is that this person might want to one day purchase socks from John. But just because he might one day want to purchase socks from John doesn't give him any rules and any rights to take John to court today because he doesn't like the pink socks that John produces. Sorry, I've just got a cat here that insists on sitting where I'm sitting. One of the things which I envisage in this is that, yes, we do have protection for consumers. How? Via the legal structures which is there currently in Asgardia. So the Consumer Protection Act can say, yes, you may not poison your consumers. And the consumer knows now he must not be poisoned, and the supplier of the product knows he must not poison a consumer. If they do go ahead and poison consumers, the consumer cannot go and sue the supplier directly. They must do it through the government, the entity that protects the consumer on their behalf. Okay. So we're not going to run into this problem of somebody slipping on the floor in a shop and suing the shop, or burning their lips on coffee and then suing the coffee shop, saying those frivolous lawsuits. So I think that takes care of a lot of these business fears that you are putting yourself out there to be sued so that somebody else can become a millionaire without winning the lotto. But I also think it takes care of the consumers to know that the consumer can have a consistent quality product or service without being taken advantage of, because they can at any stage lay a complaint against anybody. And as long as that complaint is regarding a transgression of the rules and regulations of and I don't know if Jacob is here, of the ways that things needs to be done and things like that, that consumer is protected. So I see this as not a free for all to go and get rich. And I don't see this as a free for all for businesses to get rich by taking advantage of consumers. But how do you take advantage of a consumer? You can only take advantage of a customer, not a consumer, because that person hasn't entered into an agreement with you yet. Okay, so this is a pre-protection mechanism for before you become a customer. This is the way I see it. This is the way I've discussed it with John. This is how John has responded to me. And I think it brings us the best of both worlds, because under this scheme, Lambert will be protected because he has paid his insurance policy and he's put in a valid claim. And he won't have to fight the insurance company for getting his claim paid out. He goes to the ombudsman, and the ombudsman, based on the Consumer Protection Act, makes a ruling that did he pay his premium? Did the company offer to protect based on that premium? Yes, so pay up. And if you don't pay up, then Asgardia needs another year's worth of salaries for the parliament. So maybe there's a little bit of a fine in there as well. But we're not in the marketplace of protecting one producer against another producer, of telling somebody their product is illegal or not good enough. If you want to create shoestrings and sell it as climbing ropes, that's your problem. If you want to market it like that, and you've got people that want to buy climbing ropes when it's actually shoestrings, that's your problem. We need to not think for customers. We need to not make a decision for the market on what it wants. All laws comes from changes in our environment, where people sit with current laws, they're not happy with it, they vote new people into parliament, those people produce new laws in parliament, which changes the current laws, and that's the way that we get new laws, change laws, how the country changes from one state to another state is through elections. So we don't want to tell people what they should think. We don't want to tell them what they should buy. We don't want to tell them what they should be thinking about. We need them to make their own mistakes, be their own person, have the good in there, but we will protect them when the rules and regulations set out to create a fair playing field is transgressed. That's my thinking on this, and I support John in this very well. John, I've quickly gone through your presentation. I like it very much, and I hope that this passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I'll just get Ikobi and Ross back, and then John to summarize, because we need to move on. Ikobi, and then Ross, and then John to summarize.
Thank you, Ben, for your informative words. I definitely do agree with you on some aspects, but I'm a bit iffy on the aspects of the resources area. You did mention that the government wouldn't tell people necessarily what to buy or use, but like I said, this is space. I think this act should focus on rationed items, things that people need as a necessity. And if there is a sort of contest around that in regards to consumer protection, we address that quickly because these items are rationed. These are necessities for people in space. This is not just something that we can ignore because the individual maybe can't afford it or the individual isn't in the right area to battle or something like that because the company has some sort of power over them. But because this is focusing on consumer protection, we need to make a clause or make amendments for rationed items. If it's contesting like someone slipping on the floor or having damage in a particular way, there is room for review. But when there are rationed items or things that are necessities for people, we need to make sure that we address how that is quickly provided and how that is mitigated through the courts and how people are receiving those items. And because we are the parliament and we can be able to determine what items are rationed and what is a necessity on board, there should be reasonable allowance for these particular requirements, especially because we are in space.
I'm going to add, there is a provision that covers that in the act. And
Excellent.
it basically states what you just said. So within reason, yeah, a reasonable management of what we call critical life type items. Yeah, so that is in the act.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I approve. Thank you.
Look at Ross, Sanat, and then John to summarize.
Thank you, Leonard. In terms of consumer protection, I'm not sure I completely agree with what you said there, Ben. Let's just take your shoestring example. You have a company marketing shoestrings as climbing rope. You have another company that says, hey, shoestrings are really cheap and we can make a lot of money selling that as climbing rope. And these companies get together and they say, hey, you know what would be great? Like if we just sell all this climbing rope, shoestring climbing ropes, like then, the consumer is not going to be able to say, oh, well, I wanted to buy some climbing rope and, I bought these shoestrings and I died. I don't think that this is an area where we should say the market should sort itself out or people should think for themselves, because if I'm selling shoestrings knowingly as climbing rope, knowing that they won't do the job of a climbing rope, then I've misled that consumer. You say you can't do something against a consumer, or you can lie to them and you can mislead them until they become a customer. And then I feel the Consumer Protection Act has not protected anybody in this regard. So I don't know if I agree with you on this sentiment. I definitely feel that people should be protected before the point of purchase, and they shouldn't be allowed to suffer because of greed and marketing of these companies who can say whatever they want. A lot of what you said I agree with, but yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to get Sanat and Ricky, and I do want to move on to the next legislation. Sanat, Ricky, then John. Sanat. Sanat? Can't hear you. Sanat, we can't hear you yet.
Yeah, sorry.
We can now.
No,
Yeah, we can now. Yeah.
All right. So interesting discussion on Consumer Protection Act. Couple of issues have been raised. One is, should it be Consumer or Customer Protection Act? Now, we have generally Consumer Protection Act, but the customer is the one who purchases, but the consumer is the person who consumes it. So it's an issue of discussion whether it should be consumer or customer. And I think the consumer is slightly more entitled, even if you buy not directly from that particular person, but indirectly. But anyhow, these are issues which can be debated ad nauseum, and it will go on and on. Then there was also the issue of bad faith and good faith. And the issue of intent is a better word. It's a more legal word than good. I mean, both are legal, but bad faith, good faith are vague words, and intent is better. So these are issues which are going on and on. And then we talked about UN principles and what is to be done, and absence of consumer protection will lead to no variation and so on. Now, I think we have reached a stage where, I mean, I'm in my second term, and we have reached the stage of, what should I say, a redundancy in the Asgardia, because, Consumer Protection Act and all these things are very, very normal, usual things, which need to be discussed and made into enactments. But what about issues which are much bigger, which have to be discussed now in our second phase, second term of the Asgardia? What is happening to space debris? Are we going to live in the space with debris or not? If not, then we have to recommend at least what we feel should be the method of stopping space debris, of removing the space debris, of how to manage space traffic management. But these are issues not being discussed by Asgardia at all. And therefore, I come back to the old thing which I've been repeating ad nauseum, that, I mean, I think Consumer Protection Act is good when they have some consumers, but there are no consumers just now, or there are no customers except for the little shop that we have. And if there's somebody's complaint, I don't know whether anybody has complained to Bendel or anybody that there's been some infringement or something. So let's get on with it. I fully recommend whatever has been discussed, but I think we need to get on to more serious issues by now in the second phase of Asgardia. Thank you.
Thank you. That may be valid, but what the legislation we have in front of us today is this one, and I do agree with the space debris issue. In terms of customers and consumers, I tend to think it's consumer protection, because it's the customer's responsibility at the end of the day to protect the consumer. But that's only because I worked in Procter & Gamble, and that's how we saw it there. Ricky?
Yeah, I agree with what Ben said. I also agree with what Jacob Colby said in the chat. A lot of this, while John's act is a good one, a lot of this is going to branch out to different laws or acts. The space industry overall currently has pretty much a workable standard that they've been using for quite some time. Seems the private companies are able to work it better than what governments can at this point. Another issue is that was mentioned in the chat was about saying, or the government saying, what a company can or can't make. That's something that we don't want to get into, because then you're looking at a centrally controlled economy, which doesn't really work, because then you wind up having shortages in some areas and overages in others that people just don't need. And a command economy has a tendency to breed corruption. So that's something that we want to stay away from. But yeah, there's going to be other laws that are going to have to be done. But what John wrote is a good foundational point to start at. And so I agree with what he did. And like I said, I agree with Ben Dell. And I also agree with Jacob Colby. And there's some other comments, I can't recall what they are at the moment, but they're all saying pretty much the same thing, and just different ways of saying it. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you very much, John, Ben, and then finally back to John. We need to move on.
Chairperson of Parliament, you've just uttered a piece of wisdom which I've written it down. And I hope I want the rest of Parliament to listen to it again. The Chairperson of Parliament has said, it is the customer's responsibility to protect the consumer. That's deep. Because if you start analyzing it, it boils down to offer and demand. If your product is bad, nobody's going to buy it. If the word comes around that you're selling shoelaces for climbing rope, you might have 1 or 2 or 3 customers, and then the rest of the consumers will not purchase and become customers because the word gets around. So I totally agree with that. And John, I think you should get that into the law. You always put a little bit of a quote from somebody in your laws. And I think you should get this into the law as a quote from the Chairperson of Parliament. It's the customer's responsibility to protect the consumer. I totally agree. Thank you.
Well, thanks, John. Thanks, Ben. And back to you, John. It's nice. I could be famous. I could be immortalized in your legislation, John. For you to summarize now before we move on.
Can I summarize? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. And of course, Lambert's already famous to us. So. But but I do want to say the one thing that I do like about this act is I think it's Article 4. It has consumer rights, and it's sort of like the Bill of Rights, and that right there is a standard. It's a right. It says the consumer has this right. Okay, and however it plays out in the world, it has to meet within that description, and that kind of can protect the customer as well, because you are a consumer, and then when you buy, you become a customer. And then if something happens that violates your consumer right, you can go back to the courts and say, hey, they violated my consumer right. And then the courts take care of it. But anyway, this has been a great discussion. I appreciate everybody. Like I said, I just appreciate your support. And everybody has had some valid and very great questions. All of you. This has been a really good debate, and I'm actually very excited to see people interested in this particular act, and I look forward to your support.
Thank you, John. We'll be hearing from you again about the Digital Property Act later on. If you agreed with the first reading, taking on board the comments which John will be looking into, then vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. If you're not sure, then abstain. And that voting is open at the moment. Let's move on to the next item straight away, and that's the second reading of the Asgardia Information Safety and Security Cyber Act. And for that, we have Ricky. So over to you, Ricky. John, you're going to be, it's about 11 p.m. where you are, I think. Maybe it's still not too late for you, Ricky.
Oh, no. It's only 10:28 here.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, I think this 1 p.m. start might be a better thing for everyone then. Okay, over to you.
If you could, because I'm not able to share, as you know, pull up that particular document so other people can read along.
Linda, can you share the document? Is it Linda who you're asking to share?
Yeah.
I can't do it because I need to stay on the gallery.
Right.
But somebody needs to share Ricky's document.
It's the latest one.
Yeah.
Version 13.
Somebody able to do that?
What's your document, Ricky?
It's the one that version 13. It doesn't have anyone's name on it or anything.
Yeah, but is it the Digital Interface Act, the Properties Act, the Information Safety and Security?
Yeah, Asgardia Information Safety and Security Act is how it's labeled now.
Okay, I'll try and share it for you.
Thanks.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great. Is this the one?
Let me see here. I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Well, you can
Okay,
work it.
so
It'll be
let
very
me
close.
just- yeah.
Let's use that one.
Okay, there
Thank
we
you.
go.
Thank you for sharing this.
Okay. Yeah, because I no longer have that particular item in my file. It seems to have disappeared, but I do have the one that you sent. Okay, where is it? Yeah. Still there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Asgardia Information Safety and Security Act. I'm going to do the objectives and core principles to establish the creation of security mechanisms necessary for the prevention and defense against attacks, espionage, treason, and other security threats to Asgardian systems, to ensure the protection of government and civilian information, and secure against the possible attacks to national interests, as well as assuring each citizen's rights to the safety and security of their information, as well as the right to access it. These articles will enable the creation of regulations to ensure the integrated use of and protection of all Asgardian assets from attack, both internal or external, and both private and public. The legal basis for this act is the Asgardian Constitution, Chapter 6, Article 21 through 26, Article 30, and Article 40. Note, this act does not mitigate all aspects mentioned in these articles and Act of Acts 2018. Now, the definitions: legislative branch of Asgardia is the LBA. The executive branch of Asgardia is the EBA, which is the government consisting of ministers. The EBA implements and executes the laws. The JBA, or judiciary branch of Asgardia, which adjudicates legal disputes and interprets, defends, and applies the laws in legal cases. The Asgardian Institution, TAI, which is a combination of the LBA, the EBA, and the JBA. Non-institutional bodies within Asgardia. That's the NIBAs, which are organizations, businesses, associations, and other bodies defined and implemented within Asgardia, among others, including all activities mandated by the ministers. Non-Asgardian bodies, or NABs, which are organizations, businesses, associations, and other bodies that are not part of Asgardia, but that are interacting with Asgardia in some way. Then information is knowledge, intelligence, and other data is facts. Information processing includes access to, creation, modification, copying, transferring, and deletion of information. Then we go down to the Office of Information Security and Technology, which is the OIST. Then you have ASAC, Asgardian Security Analytical Center, and the ASOC, Asgardia Security Operations Center. And then you have the Asgardian Information Management System, which is the AIMS. Now we're going down to Article 1, the Offices of IT Security. 1.1, the Ministers of Safety and Security and Information and Communication will create and maintain the Office of IT Security and Technology, the OIST, Security and Information and Communication, which will create, implement, and maintain the standards of physical and digital security systems for government offices and personnel and third parties which store, transmit, or process data belonging to Asgardia, its citizens and residents. These systems will apply The principles of separation of duties, need to know, and least privileged. 1.2, the OIST will establish the Asgardia Security Analytical Center, ASAC, which maintains and updates a threat assessment based on potential security risks to Asgardia and the Earth. Article 2, categorization and classification. 2.1, all digital and analog information recorded or maintained by Asgardian will be categorized and classified with labels as defined and assigned by the Controlled Information Act of Asgardia. 2.1.1, categorization will define the scope of the purpose of the data or systems or physical area. 2.1.2, classification defines the sensitivity of the data or systems or physical areas. 2.2, any human resources with access to systems which process Asgardian data any human resource systems which, I don't know why this is doing this. It's being a real pain right now. Any human resources which access the systems which process Asgardian data, included but not limited to storing, transmitting, viewing, discussing, or destroying the data, will be trained in categorization and classification of the information being processed. 2.3, any system which process Asgardian data, including systems related to storing, transmitting, viewing, discussing, or destroying the data, must be created or configured with technical controls appropriate to the categorization and classification of the information being processed based on its assigned label. 2.4, any government, corporate, or private organization or individual which fails to comply with these requirements will be subject to penalties in line with applicable legislation. Article 3, data processing. 3.1, implementation of systems for data storage, transmission, destruction, processing, and display must meet or exceed the specifications of standards set by the respective authorities and the laws of Asgardia, and implement countermeasures by safeguarding information security corresponding to relevant international legislation. 3.1.1, third parties providing services to the Asgardian government must certify through recurring audits that all systems and resources processing Asgardia data meet the minimum relevant standards required by the OIST regulations. Now we're going on to Article 4, infrastructure, safety, and security. 4.1, the OIST is required to create and maintain the Asgardia Security Operations Center, ASOC, whose responsibility is the creation and maintenance of a safe and secure digital infrastructure for Asgardia as defined in applications and regulations. Article 5, breach of duty. 5.1, no citizen of Asgardia shall take part in any action that directly or indirectly causes the compromise of any system or information for the purpose of causing harm. 5.1.1, breaches of the protocols or conduct outlined by this legislation will be referred to the JBA for resolution. 5.1.2, the severity of the sanctions or correction/discipline for each violation will be defined by applicable regulations. Article 6, freedom of information. 6.1, every citizen and or resident shall have the right to receive information of their own interest or of public interest from public entities and government bodies, which shall be given within time limits prescribed by the laws of Asgardia. 6.1.1, the requesting citizen and or resident is responsible for any fees required to supply the requested information. 6.2, information not covered by this law is that created by non-governmental residents, citizens or entities, or the private sector, except when the private sector entity performs functions or duties which were previously the domain of the public services or government. 6.3, requests for information regarding the following items may be denied based on the national interest or for legal reasons. Denial of requests can be reevaluated based on appeal. 6.4, all information requests shall default to approval unless explicitly denied according to specific defined grounds. 6.5, information can be released in part or whole, redacted, depending on the classification level and if the declassification has expired. The Information and Communications Minister may extend or reduce the classification period. 6.1, if a request for information is denied by the Minister of Information, Asgardian citizens and or residents' requests for information can be made to the Judiciary Branch of Asgardia, or the JBA, to suspend these rules and release the requested information if it is in the best interest of the safety and security of Asgardian citizens and residents. If this request is denied, then a second appeal may be made to the Supreme Justice, whose ruling will be final. Article 7, Computer Fraud and Abuse. 7.1, Fraud and Related Activity. Those who knowingly access, retain, or distribute data without authorization or by exceeding authorized access to the potential injury of Asgardia and against the public interest, or who corrupt data belonging to Asgardia or its citizens, shall be subject to correction or discipline as set forth by the judicial branch of Asgardia. Article 8, Asgardian Information Management System. 8.1, an Asgardia Information Management System aims a system of metrics and processes to ensure the safety and security of all Asgardian information systems will be established according to appropriate codes, which will be done by the ministers. Article 9, Security for Medical Records and Personnel Information. 9.1.1, in accordance with Article 22, Section 7 of the Asgardian Constitution, the Asgardian government shall ensure the integrity and security of all personal and health records of Asgardian citizens. 9.1.2, the government shall ensure that Asgardian citizens have full access and control of their own health and personal records. Article 10, Government and Data Information. 10.1.1, proposals sponsored by the Asgardian Parliament will be stored in a secure system as defined in relevant codes. Article 11, Asgardian Minimal Security Standards, categorization of information, security categories, security processes, and interoperable requirements with nations and organizations outside of Asgardia, and protection, response, and recovery systems will be established in relevant codes. And that is the end.
Thank you very much, John. Very comprehensive. Let's get to... It was comprehensive. I mean, it's a good piece of legislation. I say so because I'm invested in it myself. So
you said
raised hands. This was it was a fairly non-controversial piece at the Asgardia Legislative Forum. Ben.
Okay, obviously there's a disconnect between the version that Ricky has read and the version that's sitting on the desk for this parliamentary sitting. Some of it's obvious, but then there is also articles which Ricky has read, which is not in this version. I
To be
don't
clear,
know how
to
you
be
want
clear, the one we are
handle that.
voting on is the one which is in the official listing for the voting. It's the one that you're
Okay.
looking at. Which, yeah.
Okay,
They're
so
quite similar, but
yeah.
a lot of it's just drafting changes, actually.
Yeah.
But the one, but to be clear for everyone, in the case of every piece of legislation we're discussing, it's the one that is in the official order of business that we're voting on.
Okay, so the main difference is where Ricky read the Ministry of Safety and Security, it just said the relevant authorities.
Yeah,
So that's
right.
not a problem. Okay, so that's not a
That's
problem.
the main difference between them, and also the definitions are at the beginning, which was a change.
Yes.
But, just
I want to
explain to
ask
that.
Ricky about those definitions.
Yeah, okay.
Rick,
Go ahead.
you are creating a lot of definitions here. And I know that there are other laws which is also creating definitions. Is this something that we really want to do at this stage? And all these definitions are also assigned. I know in the defense force and in the security environments, they like all these shortened names where they just give a few letters.
Go on.
Yes.
Go on, Ben. Has Ben frozen? Ben's frozen. He hasn't stopped. He's just frozen.
The National Institute of Basketball Associations might not like NIBA to be the National Institute of Bodies within Asgardia. So it's just a question. Is should we put this into the laws here, or should we just look at a standard where these can be defined? And I think Ariadne has also referred to this, where we've got a database of all these acronyms, where you can go and choose the next open acronym. Because we are at the beginning where we're doing this, generating confusion, maybe a database of acronyms somewhere along the line. And seeing as you guys are the information and security, maybe it would be good if you create that database where everybody can just register their own new acronyms. Just a comment. Thank you very much.
Ben, we could set up a new ministry called the Ministry of Three-Letter Acronyms, or MOTLA. There are quite a lot of definitions. Just to be clear, the version, it always happens. There are many versions of a document. The one we're voting on is the one in the agenda. And the primary difference is we're saying relevant authorities. This occurs because it was clear that we need to be aware that a ministry might set up an authority to manage this, for example. So it just creates more flexibility. It could be the ministry, but it might be an authority defined by the ministry. And just in terms of the definitions, the point has been made. The question's been asked. Let me go to Ariadne and then back to you, Ricky. Ariadne.
Bien, hoy hablo en español.
Okay, today I will speak Spanish. Am I in the right channel?
Yes.
Yes.
Sí.
I have noticed that in manufacture and in this law that Ricky presents, there are many acronyms, and all of them are based in the English language. As Asgardians, we have 12 different official languages, and if we're going to use English as the main or the referential language, I think that just as we have an app for our calendar, we should have another one to refer to all these acronyms that have been created throughout the laws, because people need to be able to defend themselves. And if, for example, I have a conflict, I have an issue, and I refer to the law, and the law mentions an acronym that I am not familiar with, I would feel that's like a legal, yeah, like a legal failure. I wouldn't feel as protected. Maybe this is extremist, but if we're going to refer as a global nation, refer ourselves as a global nation, I think we should all feel unified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to Ricky to summarize, and then we'll have a short break.
Okay. Acronyms. It shows, which department. It's just a shorter way of saying what area and such. And we can do a list of acronyms because the other ministries and the other committees are going to come up with acronyms for different things. That's just a natural progression. Most of our legislation is done in English. I understand what Ariadne's saying, but she just, it can be transferred over to whatever language with corresponding acronym lettering. Like here in the Philippines, all right, you have Tagalog, Bisaya, and English as the three main languages. All their documentation, including their Senate and congressional documentation, presidential documentation, everything, it's all done in English. Now, they could very easily have done it all in Tagalog, but they don't. They do it all in English. Business contracts, they're all in English, even though there's, like 170 different languages here. So they do it that way because it's easier to do it that way. It's something that everybody understands pretty much. And Asgardia is kind of the same way. We have different languages, this is true, but all of our legislation has been done in English. Most of our meetings are done in English. It's basically an international language for the most part. English borrows words from other languages, just like other languages borrow words from English. Like if you live in Germany, you might, besides just speaking German, you'd be speaking also what they call English, which is Deutsch and English. So personally, doesn't matter to me what language it's put into myself, but as far as business goes and government goes, English is pretty much what we have established as the main language. But like I said, when it's translated, then it'll translate into whatever that would be, and they can do the acronyms accordingly. It's like another example here in the Philippines. Again, they have acronyms for everything, from traffic controllers to Department of Education, whatever. And everybody seems to know what the acronyms stand for. So, but anyway, that's all I have to say on it. If there's any other concerns, which was brought up by Mr. Dell some time back, is the implementation of a lot of this. Some of it is going to be time sensitive because there's going to be some aspects of this which, once it's implemented and it's turned over to the ministers, they're not all going to be able to put everything in place at one time because it takes time, it takes money. So that is something that I would like to add to the end of it to emphasize that, you know, that this isn't something that is going to be all in place in day one. It's going to take some time to do it, and it might take a couple of years for some of it. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you. One more word from John.
Yes. Well, you know, definitions, I personally, you find definitions in just about every law, even within the United Nations and what have you. I personally don't like definitions, but I like to put the definitions in the law itself and not have a separate. I think it's redundant myself because most of what is your definitions is already in the law. So, but basically all they are is just help explain what acronyms mean, what positions mean, what this means. In case they provide clarity. And I think right now, while we're developing framework laws, once we're finished with that, then we can come up with a universal definitions for all of Asgardia, and that way a book of definitions. Because I think the laws that we're developing now is creating that book. So yeah, so I think it's a great idea, Ben, to come up with a book of definitions. But I think it's too early right now. I think later on down the road, once all the framework laws, while we create those definitions, because there's still some areas that have not been covered in the framework laws as far as everything that the HON wanted covered. So once all that's done, and then we get into another area of lawmaking, I think, yeah, that'd be a great idea. Anyway, I just wanted to add that.
Thanks, John. Sorry, Ricky, I was calling you John before. I didn't mean to. John's had a big impact on me today. Take it as a compliment, both of you. Ben, then I called you John as well earlier on. Ben, then Ikeobi, and then back to the real Ricky to summarize.
Ricky, thank you very much for mentioning that. I must say that the first subject of this law will be the Ministry of Trade and Commerce, because at this point and then also the Ministry of Manufacturing and the Ministry of Information and Security itself, because all three of these ministries have computer systems which is currently running, which is going to be affected by this law. I'm not going to go into the whole thing which we've gone through already. I'm just going to mention that I acknowledge the acknowledgement, Ricky. Thank you very much, because whatever is passed in this law in its final third form will immediately have an effect on systems which is already in existence in Asgardia. My concern is if the law suddenly creates requirements which is currently not being met, how are we going to do that? Are we closing down systems? Are we changing it? Who's funding it? Who's making the rules on what the requirements should be? So that's a whole host of things which is suddenly becoming real for us in Asgardia. And it's good. It's good, as Sanat has said earlier today. We need to start not just looking at things in the future or things which is not really of effect now, but things which has a real effect now, today, in Asgardia. And the moment that this Safety and Security Cyber Act goes into effect, it really does affect current systems. So I'm eagerly awaiting this. And Ricky, please keep me up to date, because if there's anything we can do proactively then definitely I'm all open to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ike will be next.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the time. I would like to focus on something in regards to IT security. Diction is always important in regards to IT security. Depending on how you're addressing issues or how you're looking to solve them or how you're looking to implement them. So diction is one of the most important things when you are referring to IT security, especially the Safety and Security in Cyber Act. One thing I noticed throughout the whole act is that there are a lot of references to applicable laws or relevant codes or determined by specific regulatory requirements. I think that should be more specific, especially in regards to cybersecurity and laws, because it gives room for, how do I describe this? It gives room for interpretation from foreign bodies. We should make it as clear and precise as possible as to where it goes. Like exactly what Ben was referring to, who is going to be addressing what, how the laws will be carried about, and how things will be addressed specifically. Then I would also like to mention there was a clause, I think it was 6 point, let me pull it up again. I believe it was in regards to anyone who was indirectly sharing data. So 3.1, give me 1 second. Yes, so it was a reference to individuals sharing data without consent. I think that is very broad. It should be more specific as to classified data without consent, because if you just say data, anyone could be stopped for sharing data. You could be posting an article and it has data on it. So it should be more specific as to classification levels as well. That's another aspect I was referring to. And one final thing that I wanted to note was that in regards to how the data is also accessed as well, it refers to a lot of sort of generic terms. And I don't think it should go ahead, because yes, we do need the Computer Security and Cyber Act, but we need to make it more specific. There are a lot of generalized terms that we need to clarify and ensure that our diction and our wording meets sort of regulatory requirements as well.
Thanks very much, Shakuri. Ross, then finally Ricky to summarize, and we'll have a short break.
I just wanted to bring this up now. It's about what Ben said in terms of the implementation of laws and how assenting certain laws can affect us. And I'm not sure that it's going to be particularly pertinent to have this discussion now. But I do think we need to have a discussion on how this is going to work in practice, because at the moment, we do not have any Asgardian territory, and we are all bound by the laws of the land. So the assent of laws does not necessarily mean that we need to make any immediate or imminent changes, because we are protected by the laws of the land where we live. And so I do want to have a discussion about that or a debate at some point, so we can say, okay, look, this is something we need to implement because it's best practice for us. Or, you know, if you do not implement this, you're breaking the law. And how can we break a law when we have no land, no territory of our own to break it in? So I just wanted to have that on the record, that I would love to have a wider discussion on that topic. Thank you.
Probably for another time. Can I ask Galeona to make a note of that? Can you send me a request and copy? Yeah, send me a request and we'll put it into the next ALF. That's probably where we should have that debate, because it doesn't directly relate to legislation yet.
Ricky, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's 7.1. That was the one I was referring to. 7.1. Thank you.
Okay. So maybe that's Ross, if you can send me a note about that, that would be an interesting debate for an ALF. as we need to talk about territory anyway. Let's go to Ben and then Ricky to summarize. Then I want to take a break.
Okay, thank you. Ross, I love you. If you go to the past, there was a law introduced called the Domicile Act, which was the specific purpose of was to determine how and when and where these laws of Asgardia will be applicable. Lambert, I think you can remember the Domicile Act. For some or other strange reason, it never progressed through Parliament. So we're all making all these laws, but the application of these laws is a big question mark, and the Domicile Act was supposed to take care of that. So if you want to look at that, have a look at the Domicile Act and see how it can be adjusted after 6 years and maybe brought back, or because the thinking was specifically that the Domicile Act would guide on how all these laws that we create would be applicable. So I love the way you think. Thank you very much.
And finally, Ricky.
Lemby, I don't have the option to raise my hand.
Okay, Ada, go ahead, and then after you, Ricky, to summarize.
Yes, sorry about
No, it's okay.
it.
It's not a problem.
We have to know that when we study law, even in the college or university, all the books in law have definitions, and sometimes we have to go to another books to find those definitions. So we could not give all the time the explanation in the same paper, where you had to go to the other ones to find out what it is, because we all work together. So we could explain some stuff in security, but it's related to culture or manufacturing or something like that. So you got to go to their books. So sometimes we had to go and explore. Like if you put a law in the document and it's in the Constitution, you have to go to the Constitution. So some people it looks like they want to have everything in hands, not to move forward. So we have to learn that every time we have to move forward to get the other part of the sample or the reading what we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And Ricky, you need to just respond, and then we will have a break. Ricky.
Yeah, as far as the acronyms, there might be one in there that's similar to one in another country, but you're going to find that a lot. A lot of countries use the same acronyms, but they have different definitions for what they're using them for. For ICOB, I hope I said that right.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. If you go back and look at version 12, you'll find that a lot of what you were asking about is addressed in there, which I know a lot of that the ministries are going to be using. This version here that I read was a shortening, basically, because of for clarification purposes, basically. A lot of what's going to be happening, though, is it's all going to come from the ministries. So those are the people that are going to be responsible for implementation, scheduling of certain things coming online, interpretations and other things. So, that's the best I can tell you at this point. Anything else, I would direct to the Safety and Security Minister. I could forward him your concerns and questions. I'm sure Mr. Dell would also be happy to address any concerns and questions, since he is in the business of digital infrastructure. So he has a really good understanding. This is something that Asgardia needs in order to move forward. Without it, we really can't do anything else. This will give us more credibility amongst other Earth nations as a serious player, not only economically, but in space. And that's really, that's the bottom line. But like I said, any questions or concerns, I can forward it on to my minister on the other side of the aisle there, or you can contact Mr. Dell and get a better explanation of things. So, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. If you agree with the version which is in the order of business, then vote yes. If you disagree, vote no, or you can abstain. We have one more reading of this at third reading. And just to be clear, the main differences are where it says ministry, it should say relevant authorities. If it says ministry in the version that you're voting on, read that as relevant authorities. It's a drafting error. Also, the definitions are at the start. Thank you. We've covered 2 of the 5 pieces of legislation. Let's take a break. It's 12 minutes past, so let's restart at 25 minutes past in most time zones. 25 minutes past. You can stay live. We will take that break, so 25 minutes past, and then we'll work till 4. Wherever we are, we'll stop at 4 o'clock so that we can get the government hour on time, and that will include the budget report. I hope we can get the next piece of legislation, which will be, again, I think it'll be John Fine. Let me just check. It will be, the next piece of legislation will be, Digital Property Act, John, so be ready for that. And then after that, we'll do digital interface, second development debate, and then we'll do the Foreign Affairs Act, but those will probably be after government hour. We have a very exciting news in the government hour as well. Right, so we'll see you in 12 minutes. I will be here, but as always, I'll just put this off. See you in 12 minutes.
wall real quick. There we go. All right, here we go. Let's do this again. There.
You're very busy today, John.
Yes. Oh, dadgummit, I did something wrong again. Hold on.
Try again, John. Try again. The eyes of the world are upon you.
Yeah. And I told myself not to do it, and I did it anyway. And maybe if I... Okay, here we go. That's good now. All right. All right, here we go. Can you...
It was in these Swiss mountains that the world was first introduced to the phrase.
Oh, just a second for our hearing impaired. Okay.
It was in these Swiss mountains that the world was first introduced to the phrase the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and it's been a hot topic among academics, politicians, and business leaders ever since. But what exactly does it mean? The term Fourth Industrial Revolution was coined by the founder of the World Economic Forum, a former professor named Klaus Schwab. Schwab wrote a book with that title to describe an era marked by a technological revolution that is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. Let's break that down. Technologies like artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, or the Internet of Things are becoming ingrained in our day-to-day lives and even our bodies. Think of voice-activated virtual assistants, Face ID recognition, or healthcare sensors. Schwab first presented his vision of the Fourth Industrial Revolution at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting here in Davos in 2016. But to understand the idea, we need to go much further back in history, to Industrial Revolution number 1. The first Industrial Revolution started in Great Britain around 1760 and spread to Europe and North America through the early 1800s. It was powered by a major invention, the steam engine. The result? New manufacturing processes, the creation of factories, and a booming textiles industry. From the late 1800s, the Second Industrial Revolution was marked by mass production and new industries like steel, oil, and electricity. The light bulb, telephone, and internal combustion engine were a few of the major inventions of this era. The Third Industrial Revolution, sometimes known as the Digital Revolution, occurred in the second half of the 20th century. In just a few decades, we saw the invention of the semiconductor, personal computer, and the internet. So what separates the Fourth Industrial Revolution from the Third? Experts say the main difference is that technology is merging more and more with humans' lives, and that technological change is happening faster than ever. Consider this. It took 75 years for 100 million users to adopt the telephone. Instagram signed up 100 million users in just 2 years, while Pokemon Go caught that amount in 1 month. 3D printing is just one example of fast-paced technology in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The industry has gone from a business idea to big business, with 3D printer shipments expected to increase from just under 200,000 in 2015 to 2.4 million in 2020. Today, you can have a hip replacement from a 3D printed bone or use a 3D printed bionic arm. Talk about blurring the line between humans and technology, right? This new era of technology is driving a lot of innovation. You can see in this chart the number of patents related to the Fourth Industrial Revolution for things like 3D printing or AI has been climbing up and up since early 2000. Organizations are embracing new technologies to make their businesses more efficient, similar to how they embraced the steam engine during the First Industrial Revolution. But some companies and governments are struggling to keep up with the fast pace of technological change. Research shows innovators, investors, and shareholders benefit the most from innovation. The risk is that the Fourth Industrial Revolution is making inequality, which is already a big issue, even worse. One study found billionaires have driven almost 80% of the 40 main breakthrough innovations over the last 40 years. That's a problem when the richest 1% of households already own nearly half of the world's wealth. Experts warn we are in a winner-takes-all economy, where high-skilled workers are rewarded with high pay and the rest of workers are left out. Studies confirm technologies like AI will eliminate some jobs and create demand for new skills that many workers don't have. Privacy concerns are another issue as the Fourth Industrial Revolution turns every company into a tech company. Industries from food to retail to banking are going digital, and they're collecting a lot more data about their customers along the way. Users are starting to worry that companies know too much about their private digital lives, The World Economic Forum says a majority of leaders don't have confidence their organizations are ready for the changes associated with the fourth industrial revolution. With tech changing fast every day, it's time to catch up. Hey everyone, Elizabeth here in Davos, Switzerland.
This is the Digital Property Act, and this will be the second reading. In the first reading, we went over the objectives, which is to protect the rights of those who create original works, including art, culture, inventions, and identification marks to stimulate, nurture, innovative technologies, artistic expressions, designs, and economic growth using as tools for protecting intellectual property rights, copyrights, patents, trademarks, and digital properties. To align Asgardia Nation with the international physical and digital intellectual property communities, to ensure protections are presented that protect the intellectual properties of the nation of Asgardia and its residents. The core principles was to establish intellectual properties, include that in digital form, in nature and scope, to ensure intellectual property laws are aligned with international regulations, rules of Asgardia Nation, the Asgardia Supreme Values, and the Asgardia Constitution, to define and protect the rights of those who have intellectual property, to define the relationship between intellectual property in Asgardia and international communities. The articles covered register intellectual property, digital property, copyrights, patents, trademarks, artificial legal person, other provisions, original authorship rights, moral authority, right of attribution, right of integrity, Asgardia Nation intellectual protection, Asgardia Nation confidential information, and or intellectual property infringement, and Asgardia intellectual property security. Second reading, provisions. I will now go over the provisions within the Act. Register intellectual property. Asgardia Nation's intellectual property registration shall apply to Asgardia Nation's jurisdiction. Asgardians must register their intellectual property within the geographical location of said property through the government agency of said location for their rights to be legally binding, unless Asgardians assign exclusive rights to the property to the nation of Asgardia. Existing copyrights, patents, trademarks are considered evidence of original authorship and can be registered as such through the nation of Asgardia. The relevant Asgardian authority shall manage Asgardian copyrights, patents, trademarks, and digital properties according to the appropriate protocols and procedures that will include a registration or application process, an explanatory process, a financial process, including fees, a legal process to include dispute settlements and legal proceedings. Digital property. Digital property will be considered any property that travels, is stored, sent, or received through a digital means selected as private property or has previously recognized ownership rights. Digital property includes digital addresses and the mechanisms that read, transmit, store, and receive data. Copyrights. A copyright provided by the laws of nations of Earth and the Asgardia nation will be recognized as a form of protection and will be regarded as evidence of an original work of authorship. This includes literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, and other creative works. Material not protected by copyright or otherwise protected is available for use by anyone without the author's consent. A copyright holder can prevent others from copying, performing, or using the work without their consent. Patents. A patent shall be considered a legal title that protects a technical commercial invention for a set time interval. It gives the owner the right to prevent others from exploiting the invention without the nation of Asgardia, or within, excuse me, that's within, not without, within the nation of Asgardia. Trademarks. A trademark shall be considered any word, name, symbol, design, or combination used in commerce or organizational purposes to identify and distinguish the identity, products, or services of manufacturers, sellers, or organizations from those of another, and to indicate the source of their products, services, and identity. Artificial legal person. Artificial legal person will be considered an organization, company, association, and relevant artificial intelligence or advanced robotics that is expressly ascribed this status within the provisions of this act. An artificial legal person will then be considered the original author, proprietor, or exclusive manager of trade secrets to the relevant intellectual properties. Other provisions. Under exceptional circumstances, it may be necessary to register under more than one intellectual property category. This will be established by precedent. Original authorship rights. Any artist or creator of original works or of art, texts, graphs, designs, developments, improvements, inventions, discoveries, blueprints, documents, processes, or ideals will, by default, have intellectual property protection in Asgardia nation on such work for at least 1 year once it is first recognized in the registration system. During this period, they can seek to fully register a formal intellectual property registration before said period lapses. Unrecognized or expired properties will be considered public domain and not protected. Moral authority. Independently of the author's economic rights, and even after the transfer of said rights, the author may claim authorship of the work and object to any distortion, mutilation, or other modification of, or other derogatory action concerning the said work. Action regarding such an objection will be considered by the relevant authorities. Right of attribution. The author may have their name on their work, use a pseudonym, or remain anonymous. Right of integrity. The author may object to any changes to manipulation or misrepresentation of their work that may harm their reputation. Witness testimony about this harm would determine this question of fact in a court. Asgardia Nation Intellectual Property Protection. Inventions will be considered as any invention, discovery, design, development, process, or improvement discovered or created by a person for the nation of Asgardia, found or created alone or in conjunction with others, if within 1 year of production of such work, the individuals responsible has not exercised the option to copyright, patent, or trademark such work. Such an invention shall be considered the property of the nation of Asgardia. Asgardia Nation Intellectual Property Protection again. If in the course of a person's engagement by the nation of Asgardia, they use, provide, or incorporates into any goods or services exclusively for the nation intellectual property, Asgardia shall own the intellectual property and proprietary rights for the work, including to make, use, copy, modify, and create derivative works of such intellectual property, to publicly perform or display, import, broadcast, transmit, distribute, license, offer to sell, and sell, rent, lease, or lend copies of such intellectual property and derivative works thereof, and to sublicense to third parties the preceding rights, including the right to sublicense to further third parties. This provision is subject to any mutual agreements between the individual or entity and the nation of Asgardia. Such an agreement shall supersede any provisions within this article. Someone seeking intellectual property rights may authorize an agent and attorney in fact to act on behalf of the person to issue patents, copyrights, trademarks, digital properties, or other protections with the same legal force and effect as if executed by the person. The nation of Asgardia's trademarks and logos may be used following the formal consent of the relevant authorities, including in relation to any financial obligations in relation to such use. Confidential information. All information disclosed or observed that relates to the nation of Asgardia and identified as being proprietary or confidential will be treated as such by all parties. In this article, proprietary shall mean goods or services used, produced, or marketed under the exclusive legal right of the inventor, maker, or service provider protected under trade secret, patent, trademark, copyright, or digital property law. Trade secret shall mean data, material, formula, pattern, compilation, program, device, method, technique, or process unique to any entity that uniquely uses these practices and procedures as part of their process. Copyright, patent, trademark, and digital property infringement. In patent, direct infringement occurs when a person without authorization makes, uses, offers to sell, or sells any patented invention within Asgardia or nations of Earth, or imports into Asgardia any patented design during the term of the patent thereof. In copyright, direct infringement occurs when a person without authorization reproduces, distributes, displays, performs a copyrighted work, or prepares a derivative work based on a copyrighted one. In trademark, direct infringement occurs when a person without authorization uses a registered mark in trade and commerce with intent to deceive or cause confusion in relation to the rightful ownership of the trademark. In digital properties, direct infringement occurs when a person without authorization reproduces, distributes, copies, hijacks, pirates, interrupts, displays, performs, mimics, clones, or represents any digital asset. Asgardia intellectual security. Intellectual properties must be safeguarded and not disclosed to third parties or other parties who are not directly involved or have a perceived interest in said properties, unless authorized by the authorship of said properties. The relevant authorities will ensure intellectual property related to life essential services or products remain proportionally manageable in relation to economics and availability. Failure to comply with any Asgardia Nation intellectual security provisions may result in punitive actions determined by relevant Asgardian laws, the Asgardian Constitution, the Asgardian Supreme Values, and the Supreme Space Council, or any legal entity or action deemed appropriate and established within relevant codes. Thank you. This is the end, and we're ready for questions and answers. And I just ask that everybody support the Trade and Commerce Committee on this this futuristic act of Digital Property Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Let's go. We've got 10 minutes till we have the government act. It would be the government hour. Let's see if we can finish this. It's more tidy if we finish this in 10 minutes. We can continue after 4 o'clock, of course, after the government hour. Let's see if we can finish this. Any questions or comments about this, Ben? Over to you.
Hi, thank you very much. John, thank you very much. I just want to mention something that is part of this. If we look at article number 1, registering intellectual property. Intellectual property is a very difficult and encompassing area in global world politics and commerce. But in Asgardia, we can start simplified. We can simplify it a lot in our environment. And one of the things that John has discussed is a simple registry of people that have intellectual properties, like ideas, things that they would normally patent, and that this gets registered within Asgardia with a description. So we will basically be not registering this on let's say the European Patent Agency's website or South African Patent Agency or the US Patent Agency, but we'll be doing this inside Asgardia, and that there will then be protection for this person via the fact that it's been registered at a certain date and time. So when we get back to what Sonata said about current application of laws, stuff we are discussing here, this is something once it passes through the third reading, which can nearly instantaneously become actionable. So I just wanted to mention that in relation to the intellectual property aspect of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Ekobi?
Thank you very much for the time. Two things. I think this is a wonderful act. There are definitely lots of requirements here that are definitely essential. First question, the artificial legal person, are they allowed to vote?
What do you mean vote?
Are they allowed to participate in our voting for any of our positions or apply for positions and such?
Oh, no. that's there as far as a legal instrument pertaining to this particular area, they're considered an artificial, because the reason we put that in there, because as you've seen in the video, AI and robotics is becoming so advanced that it's literally becoming ingrained into our lives. All right. I mean, they're talking about putting computer chips in our head, or giving people that option of putting a computer chip in their brain and what have you. And there are no current laws on this right now. And that provision, artificial legal person, was to cover that advancement in digital uh, digital assets. Okay, because AI is becoming more and more intelligent. Okay, to the point where people can actually use AI to make decisions. All right. Now, if if a company has addressed that they want this AI to make decisions, okay, as far as intellectual property is concerned, then we'll respect that. All right, under that provision. But and that's basically what that's for, is to cover the advancement of digital property, or technologies as they progress. And robotics the same way. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, because it's spiraling right now, and we don't know what the outcome is going to be until the spiral's finished. It's just like any industrial revolution. We didn't really see the full effect of that revolution until later on, but it spiraled at the beginning. And right now we're in that spiraling effect. Technology is just exploding. And so, but we still need to be able to cover that. We still need to be able to have something that's futuristic enough that that at least there's a framework to cover it. That way, when whoever the relevant authority is, they can say, okay, I can do this under this framework. Okay. And we won't know the details of that until that actually happens, but at least we have something that they can latch on to in the framework to say, yeah, okay, we cover this under this. But that was the reason behind it.
Yes.
I wouldn't think it would go towards because the artificial legal person is not, we're not creating a new life here. So and whereas as far as membership in Asgardia and all that has to be somebody who's actually alive and kicking. So from that aspect, no, we're not creating a new life. We're just creating a legal instrument that can be used to cover the advancement of something like artificial intelligence or robotics or something like that.
Yes,
Let
me just add something to this. Let me just before you carry on. In order to be a voter, you have to be a resident, and that's a whole new debate about AI and consciousness, which this doesn't really. This piece of legislation is not relevant to that. Artificial legal person being something slightly different. But go on, Kobe.
Yes. Oh, I don't have any issues with that. I think where I was focusing on was creating a new life, but I think an artificial legal person and someone who has been registered in Asgardia and is currently paying their dues definitely does fit the profile, and it's not something I have an issue with. It's just something I just wanted to review and see what you felt about. But yeah, an artificial legal person is definitely all right with me. Next thing I wanted to address was 14.4. It says in digital properties, direct infringement occurs when a person without authorization reproduces, distributes, copies, hijacks, pirates, interrupts, displays, performs, mimics, clones, or represents any digital assets. I think the wording with this is a little bit skewed. I think the word interrupts can address the situation differently. because if you have a digital property and let's say you are going about your business and someone interrupts you, is that considered infringement? I think if it's like pirated copies or distributes, displays or performs, but interrupts, it's maybe like a temporary interruption. I don't think we should use the word interrupts, but I think all the other words definitely make sense because hijacks is you're taking control, pirates, you're copying, displays, performs, mimics, but interrupts doesn't really pertain to the other sort of infringement aspects.
Well,
Seeing what everyone thought.
Where we were going with that is when we say interrupts. Okay, let's say you have a blockchain and a competitor decides to interrupt your signal with a virus or something like that to help them get an edge over your of that blockchain. Okay, they don't necessarily steal your property of what that blockchain is covering, but they just interrupt it to where other people can't engage, or they take down your website, for instance, and temporarily with a temporary virus. They're not really stealing your property, but they are interrupting you and being able to engage in whatever it is you need to engage in on that property. All right. So that is actually robbing you of revenue, you know, even though they're not stealing your property, they're stealing your why you have the property. So I think that's the reason why we put interrupts in there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. That's our reason behind it.
All right. Well, I think that definitely falls under hijacks. I think that can definitely be suitable under hijack. But I think interrupts, anyone can sort of do that. Like an ad can interrupt your production. Someone could advertise that, oh, we do it this way a little bit better, and that could be considered interruption. I think we can fit like hacking attempts or people taking down your website as a hijack. But interrupts is very. It could be. It's a word that doesn't sort of fit the development process of friendly competition. Like I can put out an ad, like Coca-Cola could put out an ad that, oh, our Coca-Cola tastes better than Pepsi. And it's an interruption because it's interrupting Pepsi's production. But if it's like hijack, if like Coca-Cola directly goes in there and stops them from producing and physically like destroys their mechanism, that's more of a hijacking. But interrupt, it doesn't, the wording doesn't fit the infringement.
How about hacks?
Yeah, hacking would be better.
Okay, we'll replace it with hacking.
Okay, let's just try and finish with this. We've got Sanat, then John, then we'll go to the government tower. Sanat. We can't hear you, Sanat. Can't hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me now.
Okay, yeah, now, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you very much, John. Excellent presentation. Now, a couple of questions. One is the difference between artificial legal person and what we have today as a company. A company is also a legal person. Association is a registered association is also a legal person. So how much is the difference between what you term as artificial legal person, whether it's based on artificial intelligence or not, but it's the same, it's a person which is inanimate and it is working based on some other criteria. So that's one question I want to need a clarification on. The second thing is you talked about moral authority, and you say after even transfer of rights, you have moral authority. Well, do you really? Because you have transferred your rights, then you really don't have any moral authority. And I think in the normal course of the earth-based legislation, you actually lose moral authority once you have transferred or sold your rights. The third question is on registration of patents in Asgardia. Is there a mechanism? Because I want to register a patent in my country, they reject it. I go to another country, they reject it. And then I come to Asgardia and I say, why don't you register my thing? And he said, yeah, sure, we don't have any system. So what is your rigorous system to make sure that registration of a patent would be as good as any other land-based country, or you accept a particular country's system and say, we will follow their system?
Okay,
Thanks.
well, the system in place right now is under Asgardia.trade. So, and I don't know, like I said, this is just framework, so it would be up to the relevant authorities to hash out exactly how the system will play out. So, and I'm sure Bendel will have a word in that. I'm sure Prime Minister and various parties will have a word in that. And some of that can be found in the codes that have already been posted on the Asgardia website. If you hadn't read those codes, they're under government, and I suggest you reading them. But I cannot tell you that. I can't answer that question here because that's going to happen after this act is passed. So as far as the moral authority, the provision was specific to the rights that you give up. It wasn't any rights. It was a specific right. And but I think that the author, let's say that you're a senator for an important for the government, and you're something like that, and you have produced a very nice piece of work that gives you credibility on the world stage and what have you, and somebody takes that and defames it in some sort of way. Okay, now let's say you gave up. Let me see how it reads exactly. Well, I don't have that up with me.
Well, you said transfer of rights.
But
voluntarily transfer right for us.
Yeah, you should have the right to come back and say, "Hey, you can't do that."
But I took money for it.
I'm the one that produced that work, and you can't do that. And I'm sorry. I think that that's important. That a person has that right to do that, especially when it comes to defaming them or making them look bad. It'd be like the HON. Somebody comes back and says, "Hey, that he invents something or whatever." That ability. Of course, it'll have to be proven in court. Of course, you can't just and maybe we need to put that stipulation in there that needs as adjudicated through the court system or something like that. I'll write that down, as adjudicated through the courts.
Okay, I think we've covered this point. I don't want to continue this dialogue too much. We need to
Anyway,
get to the government hour.
I appreciate everybody's support on this act.
John, thank you very much. Thank you for all the contributions. And as always, if you agree with what you've heard, then vote second reading yes. If you disagree, vote no. If you don't know, then abstain. Thank you very much, John, and everybody. Some really interesting points. And I think we need to think about the definition and the usage of the language about real person, because it can be confusing. And we need to be able to translate it so that it remains consistent also. So maybe, John, after this debate, after this parliamentary sitting, we might sit and talk about the usage of the language, because I understand exactly why individuals think, oh, this could mean that we're creating a real human, or the equivalent of a human being. Let's look at that separately. We don't need to do that now. John, thank you very much indeed. You've been very active. No doubt you will continue contributing today. So we now move to the government hour. I judged it was worth spending the extra 7 minutes just to finish on your debate, John. And thank you to the ministers for waiting. Let me hand you over, as always, to our Prime Minister, Lena Duina, who's with us, and she will manage this and the exciting things that we look forward to in the government hour, which also includes a financial report. Lena, good to see you. Thank you, Prime Minister, for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you for having me, esteemed colleagues. Actually, my part today will be totally limited to this greeting and introduction of my colleagues. A number of ministers today have significant, valuable contributions to make. And indeed, at the end, the last person to present will be Minister of Finance, Mark Bogan, who will be making financial overview for the last year and the projection for the year 2024. So without any further ado, I suggest actually, Lambert, that you take over. You see who's online. People listed to speak today are Floris Stouts, very briefly, because you will get a full introduction to current affairs and Sirius tomorrow from Dr. Belakovsky. And then you get to hear speaking from Jennifer Gligorich, Minister of Equity and Resources, Cheryl Gallagher, Minister of Culture, Jakob Mulder, Minister of Manufacturing. Ben, actually, may I ask you to send a personal message to Jakob, who is also amongst other things asked to be called in. And, well, Mark, obviously. So I'm here if you need me, but I have no other contributions to make. So please, Lambert, back to you.
Thank you. Let me confirm the order in that case. The order that you would like, Lena.
Depending on who's online, I suggest that maybe you start with Floris. He has the shortest contribution.
Okay.
And he also has a sore throat, so we need to be kind.
Okay.
All the questions are tomorrow for Dr. Belakovsky. And then whoever is online, but so I believe online.
Cheryl.
So online we have Cheryl, Floris, Jennifer, Jakob, Mark Bogan is the last one, the most serious.
Okay, so Floris.
And I don't know if Ben.
Floris,
we have Floris,
Cheryl.
Jennifer, Jakob.
Yeah.
Also, whenever Cheryl is available, she's between the airports.
Yeah, I want to put Cheryl in the middle because she has an amazing thing to share.
Absolutely.
Floris, Jennifer,
Cheryl,
Jakob, Mark. Who else is here? Ben.
Cheryl.
And
I don't know.
I can see Ivan as well.
Ben has, Ivan doesn't have a specific contribution. Again,
okay.
Everybody
no
is
problem.
welcome to talk, but in terms of listed contributions, ministers will raise their hands when they're ready to speak.
Good. Okay.
I don't need to introduce them any further.
I would like to go after Cheryl because I think mine goes hand in hand.
Okay,
and
so
makes more sense.
We'll do it in this order. Floris, Ben, if he wants to, Jakob, Cheryl, Jennifer, Mark, and if anybody else wants to come in of the ministers, just let me know. Floris, over to you, Floris. Good to hear from you and see you.
Okay, good day, everybody, or good night, or good evening. Yes, actually, the most tangible activity from the Ministry of Science is indeed our contribution in the serious activities of isolation, where we have Dr. Orlova, who is actually continuously doing experiments, monitoring several scientific characteristics of isolation. And as you may know, isolation studies are more and more important, given the fact that there is a lot of evolution within the human spaceflight. And lunar bases are now actually within our, let's say, sight, in the sense that within the next couple of years, people will go to the moon, and people will go to Mars eventually. So that's not science fiction anymore, but really on the plans for the future of humankind, and therefore also activities in isolation in space, as what with the space arcs, which is a part of the Asgardia scientific goals, is also a very important aspect. So actually, by this activity in Sirius, Dr. Orlova, as Asgardian citizen, also plays an important role, not only for Asgardia, but also for the science of space exploration in general of humankind. And indeed, tomorrow, Dr. Mark Belakovsky will answer all the detailed questions regarding what is going on within this confined study. That's what I wanted to contribute.
Thank you very much, Floris. Very much appreciated. That was really helpful, actually. And what we will do is we will take all of the ministerial contributions, and then we will have questions and answers to all of the ministers. So that's Floris. Let's go to Ben. If you want to make a contribution, Ben. If not, then there's no problem. I can't see Ben on my screen, so yeah, I can see Ben. It's your call if you want to make a comment. Okay, no, that's fine. We move on to Jakob. Jakob. Okay. Did you say that Jakob was here or is here? I wasn't clear. Okay, if you're here, Jakob, there are so many people, I won't scroll through. I can't see Jakob, but that's fine. I'm going to go next to Cheryl. Cheryl, great to see you. I think you have something special for us today, as always.
Indeed, I do. Greetings, everyone, all my colleagues. I have something very special today. Hi, all my fellow everybody. Miss you so much, Parliament. I do have something extremely special to share, something momentous for Asgardia, really. So because I'm on the road and I'm in between places right now, I've made a short video for that covers the topic, and then I'm here to answer a few questions for you, or etc. So if Ross could please share his screen and play, because I'm also on the road. So to make sure I had Wi-Fi for this, Ross G's right, who we'll be working closely with on this project, is going to play the video for us.
Thank you very much. Let's play the video.
Greetings, colleagues and fellow Asgardians. I bear wonderful news. I'm happy to announce that our Asgardian flag, our coat of arms, and a copy of our Constitution have been accepted as payload to become physically present in digital form on the lunar surface. Here are our launch details. Surprise, surprise.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
We will be going up in a SpaceX Falcon Heavy 9 rocket out of Cape Canaveral Q3, Q4 this year, with a final destination of Mons Lutre. Housed in the Firefly Blue Ghost 1 lander, this is the recent Odysseus launch, but this will be us.
IM-1, Odysseus lunar lander, separation confirmed.
Let's check out our lunar lander. I'm proud to say that this lunar lander was built right here near my hometown of Austin, Texas. On any clear night, Asgardians all over the world will be able to look up and see where our Asgardian symbols live on the lunar surface, here inside Mir Krisham at the planned coordinates shown. And finally, Chair Ugaride and space hero character Raiden will be along for the ride, escorting our precious cargo to the moon on his first real mission. I don't think I need to express quite how meaningful this occasion is for us. It's a historic event brimming with legacy and opportunity in so many directions. These are just a few activities listed here. Please note at the bottom, our current mission status is that we have no firm launch date yet due to all the usual factors, and I'm waiting for confirmation from Firefly Aerospace that the assets have been loaded on board. Therefore, this is my announcement to Parliament so we can prepare properly, but not announce it to the general public quite yet. We have a magnificent opportunity here for all branches of Asgardia's government to work together to produce and celebrate this historic event. Please bring your expertise to the first launch event planning meeting, Monday, March 25th at 1900 UTC. It's the best way to get the latest details on the launch. We will develop our event strategies, media, launch parties, interviews. There is a lot to do and a lot of opportunities. So let's see how beautifully we can pull this off. Finally, an important message.
You are our future. You are called upon to be those who will end hostilities and wars on planet Earth and strive into the infinite universe. Alone, neither nations, no peoples, no even their coalitions can create the universal harmony we so desperately need. Only the evolution of each and every one will fill our common world with love. I hug all of you and every one of you.
Woohoo! I'm so excited.
That's not parliamentary language, Jennifer.
And ooh.
In the thank you, everyone. It is amazing. I thought really long and hard about this announcement and whether it should be like close everything down for 15 minutes while I talk. But if there are Asgardians on Asgardia TV watching us on YouTube, if there are residents that are watching it right now, they have earned the right to know. It's still not a public announcement. What we will do is do a big media splash when we're ready. At this point, now it's like little rumors that will be reported that this is what's going on for us. So it's actually fine. It's fine, I think. There's not that many people that I think that this will affect. So thank you for the concern, but I hope that reassures you.
I think this is fantastic, Cheryl. We're going to the moon.
We're going to the moon. We're really going to the moon. And Ugur Aydin. Let's hear from Ugur Aydin for just 1 second, Limbit.
Ugur.
Can somebody interpret?
Yeah, Ugur. Yeah, Ugur. Well, no, we do have a translation system, so Ugur can speak in Turkish. Ugur, please speak.
Şu anda ağlıyorum diyebilirim.
I'm crying literally. I'm really high above the clouds. So Cheryl, thank you so much. In a previous meeting, I think it was in Estonia, we created the Raiden character, and Bendel was also there. I remember giving him some small presents, and Cheryl was holding Raiden, and she said, "You are like the creator of this character," and she said, "You will have great impact on Raiden." So yes, I mean Cheryl basically gave life to Raiden. Raiden is a friend of all the parliament, and I really believe that we made it. And Cheryl had a great project and had a great achievement. We have to understand it. We have to digest this. And I'm really happy that she is the president of my committee. And I'm so happy to be closely collaborating. So thank you so much all. as I said, I'm a little bit or quite emotional, and I want to keep that to myself a little bit as I mute my microphone. And while I was creating Raiden, I didn't have any kind of commercial, ambition. I just thought that this could be a friend of Parliament, and I tried to send it to all of you. Ivan, I can see it in your hands. He has, I think, a photo from Kuala Lumpur, from South America, South Africa. We have photos of Raiden from all over the world. And I gave a promise to John Fine also in Baku. John, I was preparing for this, but I know that this is a process. So, Cheryl, thank you so much. You have been the great supporter of Raiden, and you will be the angel for Raiden. It's such a great pleasure for me that we are going to moon, literally. So, thank you so much for all your support. And I will continue supporting and continuing. Bandel, I can see you also holding. That is the blue Raiden character held by Cheryl in Estonia, and it is now in the hands of Bandel as well. So this is the friend of the all parliaments once again. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for creating this opportunity. I'm just so happy, and I don't want to take your time. I just want to now enjoy this moment. Thank you.
Cheryl?
I had no translation whatsoever.
Oh.
So I'll have to.
No, you needed to go to the. You need to go to the when you go to English. Well,
there's no. I'm not familiar with how you guys have.
Sorry,
set up
things have
now,
moved on.
I never
Yeah,
come,
under
so-
interpretation, you'll find a choice of languages in the menu along the bottom, next to
Okay.
reactions. Yeah.
He was emotional and thankful, and he did call you an angel, Cheryl.
Oh, thank you. I will read the AI notes if I've missed for what I've missed. I can give Ugur one little detail that is of interest specifically to Culture Committee. This is what's so special about this time capsule. I was invited in as an artist, but I used it to put Asgardia on the moon. But we're going to be stored with a volume of art, like an art museum. There's another part that is of the contents that is going to be a compilation of all human knowledge, and this museum of artwork and Asgardia. So think about what that means symbolically for us. So, and there's a digital space library that we're going up there with. It's not our digital space library, but we're there. The other thing I want to tell every one of you is if you would also like to go along, okay, you have an opportunity. LifeShip USA, Copernic Space's access to the lunar lander is closed now. But LifeShip USA is still accepting DNA samples. If you cared to have your freeze-dried DNA, go to their website and see what that's about. If you do that process, you will be invited to Cape Canaveral as part of their initiative. You'll go to this LifeShip party, and I don't actually know who I'm affiliated with on this, like whose party I'm invited to or I'm getting all those details. But if you do the LifeShip thing, you actually will be invited to attend live. So that's one thing. The other part of it is that every person can put their name up there for free. So if you care to go put your name to go along with all the rest of this, then you're free to do that. And that's the information that I have right now. I see that I have my English translation on now. Thank you.
Yeah, look how much we've progressed while you've been away, Cheryl.
I know, really, seriously. I love it. It's fantastic. I didn't have an opportunity I'm not familiar with this setup at all now. So that's great. And it's lovely to see everybody here. I'm so glad you're here to celebrate this moment with us.
It seems that it would cost £79, about $100 US, or $110 US to send your DNA to the moon.
And it's not just your DNA, it's attached to a number and you make personal statements. all that goes together and it's tied together. So you decide if you want to do that. There's no obligation to do that, certainly, but I just wanted to offer it because I found that it was still available.
Cheryl, this is great. Thank you. It's so amazing.
We have to. The reason it's so important for me to be here is because this is such a huge opportunity. We all need to work together to maximize it. Wouldn't it be lovely if we did this launch thing and it looked just as great as any of the big agencies? That's the way I want it to be pulled off. Nice, professional interview, but it gives us an opportunity while we're waiting there for the launch to introduce all our different initiatives, interview our important people, have them all have a little statement, let whoever's watching get to know us better. There's no downside to this whatsoever that I can see. So, except for having to announce it, not announce it. I see there's a couple questions.
Yes,
Linda, do you want me to take them because I have to go?
Yes, I know Jennifer has something which is relevant
it's
to
connected.
this.
It's connected. So
Let's take Jennifer, and then I'll come to Ugo and Ricky. So Jennifer, do you want to make your contribution? Then we'll go to Ugo and Ricky. Keep your hands up, please.
Sure. I need to be able to share my screen if that's okay.
Absolutely, 100%.
Share sound. Let me know really quickly if you can hear the sound on this. All the building did y'all hear that?
All the building,
Yes.
I think it said.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to play this then.
Okay. Make it full screen then. Yeah, good.
Hey there, guys. We're here in Second Life. This is my house in Second Life, and I want to take you to the land that I purchased and all the building I've been doing for the Asgardia Second Life Embassy and Welcome Center. So I just want to cut in and say that this is an exploratory pilot setup. I'm not making a commitment on this, but we're starting to build an actual digital embassy on Second Life. I would love for this to be able to coincide with the launch and to be able to bring people from all over the world in a digital setting to where they could come and actually watch the video of the launch, be able to learn about Asgardia, and they can come from all over the world, donate, and find out more about us. Now, this is in the most earliest stages possible. So what you're seeing is just groundbreaking. And this was my presentation of this pilot setup. We're not going to give any commitments on what we're going to do with this, but we are going to test this out to see how it's going to work. So here we are in front of the embassy right now in Second Life. We purchased this land. I'll be showing you the land and how it is. This is our entrance. When you come in, you'll see a variety of things directing people. It's not nearly done. This is the very beginnings, and it might completely change, but there's Lena, there's Dr. Asher Bailey, there's a guest book, there's signs and LED moving lights that tell people what to do to direct them through the Welcome Center. Here is our brochure. You can flip through it. I probably won't have it in this iteration, though. It'll look a little bit different. I want to have more interactive things like this. This was a pretty fancy type of display that comes out. You can look at the Earth, and it has a great 3D. Do you see how the Earth follows you on that one monitor? Just absolutely love that. Of course, you can pan through different things. It's a little bit loud when you do it, so I'm going to try to contact the creator if they're still around. Some things have been here for 20 years. Probably not that one, though. Anyway, here is the overview of the land. You can see we're right on a roadway. We are considered mainland, moderate, and roadway. That is the best bang for my buck I could get. It took me several weeks to find the right plot of land because they're quite expensive, and to get one on in a nice area is hard. So just FYI for Second Life, there's 64.7 million active users, around 200,000 users a day in over 200 countries. Those little two dots represent me, and the red dot's my house, but that top dot is where we're at in Asgardia. This is mainland. Every time you see a green dot around there, those little green dots, those are people just like me that are in from all over the world. So this is just this one small area of this map. I'm going to pan around for a little bit So you can see, you know, the people and all the green, and that's just in that one area. If we go into any other of the areas, you'll see lots more people. Some areas have many, many dots because they're very popular. Every single one of these little stamps, these square stamps, are considered regions. And those are regions that people have bought. They have businesses there. They've developed and terraformed them to do rentals, so people can go and rent them. And when I go out the whole way, you can see what a big, big world it is. It's massive. It would take years to discover all the things that people have built, and it's all user created. And it's been around for over 20 years. So there's nothing really like that in the world, you know, right now. To buy a place, you can, what I've done is bought a parcel, but buying a region is what, of course, NASA and everybody else does. It's just like any real estate. You pick the topography of what you'd like for a parcel. The price doesn't change, whether you want flat or under the ocean or whatever you want. And it's $349 USD to set it up and $209 USD for monthly maintenance. And you have a prim count of 20,000. A homestead is only if you already own a region and you want your own homestead next to it. So, and that is additional money as well. Here are some places you can go. We're going to have teleports that take people to, like, this is really pretty. They can go to the International Space Museum. This is on a region that, of course, NASA bought, and they have many sponsors that keep it up. They do a weekly event. I'm just going to show you a tiny little part of their entire region. I do have my graphic settings down normally, and you'll be able to see I changed it here later. Here's some of their many sponsors that, you know, do different things for them. But you'll see the sky and everything changes. Everybody can have a completely different experience. I have mine on the basic because I'm going to be recording. They have a planetarium. See here, here's one type of sky. There's another type of sky at the Museum of Computing History. So there's just a lot of things that can be done in a lot of different places we can direct people to. Anyway, that's it. So just to show you, there's a lot of possibility. 64 million people are in this world and have been for over 20 years, and there's 200,000 people that visit it every single day. And you find everything on there. There's good, there's bad. It's like the real world. But unlike the real world, you can teleport anywhere you want. You can go to museums. You can go to the MIT campus, and MIT professors are there, and they give presentations dressed up as wild avatars to students who are every type of person or being that you can imagine. So the sky's the limit, and it is, I feel that it is a great platform that we could easily be on and meet people and gather from all over the world. But again, this is a pilot setup, and so we're going to do this this experiment.
Thank you. I know that Cheryl needs to leave very soon because she has to travel. So let me go to Ugo and then go back to Cheryl, and then we'll go to Ricky, TJ, and Ross. Actually, I'll go Ugo and Ross because I know you've been working on this with Cheryl, and then I'll go Cheryl. Ugo, Ross, Cheryl, Ricky, TJ. Ugo.
Evet, hazırım.
I'm ready. Now, I just wanted to be sure that Cheryl can hear and understand me.
Yes.
Yes, now.
Great. Now, I didn't want to keep this for myself because she couldn't hear me. I felt the urge to speak again. Cheryl, I couldn't control my emotions. And you can say that I've cried. So you made me extremely happy. Thanks very much. And as you may remember, I have called you the Blue Angel, Blue Fairy of Raiden. I said that you're going to breathe life to him. Now Bendel is holding the character. He has it. Thanks very much, Cheryl. You made me very happy. We can say that we succeeded. Thanks very much for being. Thanks very much for the person you are. I'm so glad that I met you in Estonia. I'm so glad that we met. Thanks very much. Dear friends, on the other hand, I would like to say this to the entire parliament, to our voters, to our citizens who voted for us. I can say that I have stepped into the scene of international authorship because a London publishing house just published one of my storybooks. I just wanted to say this. And another topic, I just want to go back to Raiden. Now, since we went a long way and you can see the Raiden in my profile picture, now I think that Asgardia has to make an effort to commercialize Raiden. So far, I didn't have any concerns at all. But from now on, together with the manufacturing committee or together with Benedetto or Bendel, maybe we can start a co-study with the support of John Fine. I think we can make a certain way where Asgardia could profit from Raiden. And I would like to ask the entire parliament to think about my proposal. So the initiative belongs to the parliament, to Bendel, to Benedetto. I found the opportunity to have a chat with Benedetto when we were in Baku. And he also told me something about Raiden and he sent me a visual. And Bendel's partner, Riadel, I would like to extend my regards to her. She also proposed something. She said maybe we can print Raiden on some of the t-shirts that are for sale in Starshop. As long as we keep with the requirements, I'm open to all kinds of proposals. I'm in a position where I literally dedicated my whole life to Asgardia, and I have 3 more years, and maybe in the coming elections, I will be a member of the committee or chair of my committee, but I can assure you that I have dedicated all my life. And thanks very much, Cheryl. Thanks very much. I really love you. Thanks very much for being the person you are.
Praise indeed.
Thank you so kindly. Oops.
Let me get Ross, then back to you, Cheryl. Then we'll go to Ricky and TJ. I'm just aware of the fact you're on a tight timeline with your flight. Ross, then we're going to Ricky and TJ.
Thank you very much, Lambert. I have a comment for Cheryl. I also have one for Jennifer, but I'll just speak about Cheryl for now. I just wanted to say that the levels of effort and passion that Cheryl has actually put into this to get to this stage alone is quite extraordinary. So congratulations for that. I just wanted to remind everybody, in case you missed it, and I'll post this on Slack as well, the launch event planning meeting will be on Monday, the 25th of March at 7 p.m. UTC. So this will be open to anyone that wants to help to get this message out there and think about what we can do to make it professional and amplify the messaging. So I'd love to see people there who are enthusiastic about this, and then we can come up with a real actionable plan. I would also love to invite Rebecca along, who will no doubt have some interesting insights into how we may be able to utilize Asgardia's existing sort of social network to get the information out there. I will reserve my comments for now in respect to Jennifer's presentation, and I'll bring those up in the next round.
Thank you, Ross. Let's go back to Cheryl. Cheryl, you leave when you need to leave.
Okay, thank you.
But go ahead. Back to you.
I think I can. All right. So anyway, yes, thank you all. And Ugur, please come to that meeting if you can, because this is part of the discussion that we're having. And, I have thoughts about, I didn't just plant Raiden there because it's not just a marketable thing. Raiden is especially as Raiden develops as a character. And the way I say that is, Mickey Mouse in 1920 was not Mickey Mouse 2023. So, as Raiden grows and develops as the space hero character he is, there are opportunities for Raiden in education. In a variety of different departments to help us express ourselves to the Asgardian people. So thank you very much for creating Raiden. To me, the thought of you and your beautiful family and your little Asgardian children, I'm breaking up. And what that means that anybody, anywhere, Ugur lives in a beautiful little village in the middle of Turkey, and he had no space connections. And look what has happened in this period of time. What you don't know is that I've been working on this for years, kind of in the background, because I wasn't going to bring it to you until it was rock solid gonna happen. And I still don't want to announce it in public until Firefly assures me that it's on board. But the point is that this means so much to the country, that this launch means so much, and it's going to really revitalize our whole effort, because this gives us a public platform to bring the Sirius project out, to have the different doctors to describe what we are actually doing. And anybody who sees that last little clip of Dr. Asher Bailey, I mean, that's why I'm here, is that sentiment that he expressed at the end. So yes, I'm quite passionate. I get emotional over it. Thank you everyone for your support. I'm really looking, there's a lot to do there's so many things to coordinate now. But anyway, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and we all deserve applause because we are all doing this hard work.
This is amazing. This is amazing.
I know, right?
Affedersiniz Bay Lambit. Bana,
I can't even believe it.
Bakanımız
And I did it.
Mr. Lambit. Mr. Lambit.
Bayan Cheryl, söz hakkı geçmeden söylemek istedim. Bana...
I just wanted to take the floor.
Yeah.
Cheryl, can you send me an email regarding the meeting that you invited me? Because I missed the exact dates and the time.
I haven't emailed or done anything. This is the first announcement. This is the rollout of the concept, just like Jennifer did the rollout of the concept, and just like Jennifer's project will need a lot of work and support, so will this one. And so I will be sending everybody a formal meeting announcement when we get that organized. Okay, I just wanted to set the date and tell you when to come. Mark your calendars. There's a ton of things, of very interesting, fun things to do, and thinking of the day of the launch, I mean, we're all going to be out of our minds, I think. So anyway, with joy. So do make note of the date, and then I'll see you guys later. I'm going to have to go to the airport now.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your time. So nice to see everyone. Jennifer, you and I have to hook up in pretty short order. And so thank you, Lembit. Thank you, Prime Minister. We will, and everybody that's here. We'll see you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Bon voyage. I hope you have a great flight. Yeah. Good to see. Sorry we're missing each other. We will be missing each other by minutes when I'm in Texas. I leave, you arrive.
I know, that's right. I know. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's go to Ricky, then TJ, then Ross. I know that you may be wanting to refer to Cheryl, but do please make the points. Remember, this is on record, and she will be able to see the recording. So, Ricky, TJ, Ross.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the Asgardia Constitution and stuff. Is that also going to be a physical item, or is it just all going to be electronic?
It'll be digital.
I didn't quite catch that. Too bad you can't do a physical.
I think this is all right. It means that whenever we finally get there, we can just print off a copy if we need to. It's a bad use of resources to have bits of paper sitting on the moon, and there's no one to read it. I think it's better for us to have an electronic version, which can then be downloaded when we finally arrive. That's quite a
electronic's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. But
if you look at it,
it's just the idea of something physical.
Well,
carries more weight in people's minds.
The way I look at it, though, is I look at it like this: this will be a ceremony. When finally Asgardians arrive, there'll be a ceremony to download our data. and then it will be created. Some kind of a museum or some kind of a shrine will be created, because probably we'll want to make the copies with materials from the moon. It's much more efficient than taking it all up there. And also at 50, probably something like $50,000 per kilo. 50 grams is still, maybe, yeah, 50 grams would still be 2,500. But yeah, I suppose it's possible. But I'm sure that it's going to be digital, and I have no problem with that. Let's go to TJ, then Ross. TJ.
Hey everyone, sorry I'm sniffling. I got very emotional. I was in the shower and I apologize for telling you guys that. I know everybody's watching, but I literally I was crying. It was such an emotional thing to watch. It's such an emotional thing for Asgardia. I don't know why I'm getting emotional.
Because this is what we exist for, TJ. This is why we exist. This is what we do. We spend a lot of time doing politics, legislation, meetings. At the end of the day, we're going to the moon.
Right.
There will be something of Asgardia physically on the moon.
It's kind of crazy.
Good.
Yeah,
it's a good thing to be emotional about.
It's kind of surreal. It's weird because me and Jason Colby were kind of talking about a similar project, and it's kind of surreal, and congratulations, Cheryl. I'm no wonder you've been busy, Ross. So just congratulations to them, and just props to Asgardia, and I'm so proud of all of you, and I'm just really grateful to be a part of this team. We get to be up there, and people are going to take us seriously now, and it's a really good thing. So I'm sorry.
Don't be sad. It's the feelings that make us human.
I'm really proud of all of us, and I'm really glad that we're all part of this team. So good job.
It's emotions that make us human. Having seen one solar eclipse in my life, I know that's an emotional thing as well, because it's unusual. And if we don't feel, then we might be AI. If we do feel, at least whether we are AI or not, it means we're conscious. This is the essence of the human spirit, TJ. That's what it is. I'm moved by it.
It was very moving.
One of the most moving moments of my entire life was the inauguration of the head of nation in Vienna. I will never forget that moment. I was very nervous, but I was also very, very moved for 2 days, because I thought we're starting something which has to be done. This is another massive leap forward. Massive leap forward. It's because the vision of humanity is converging with the vision of Asgardia. It proves that Dr. Asher Bailey's vision is right, because other people are realizing it too. So you be emotional. You're alive.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Asgardia, and thank you, whoever helps create this project. It's amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Jose, in fact, says finally Asgardia starts a real way to space. And it's a great reality. And Carol makes a good point. If we send physical things up, we're going to have to clear up the moon in the future as well. If we can send a magazine up there, so can a million other people. It'll sit there like a pile of junk, because probably in 50 years' time, most things will be digital. Might 3D print a few things, but I think that will be almost a luxury. And Ariadne says, yeah, many of us are emotional people, so yes. I don't think we would be here if we didn't feel something beyond getting up in the morning to earn money and eat and go to work and go back to sleep again. I think it is the essence of Asgardia, and certainly Dr. Asher Bailey's big, passionate heart for this process, this project, which keeps us together. I also feel that what we've heard from Jennifer and Cheryl is a bonding thing. This is the reward for our faith in our nation. This is the reward. Let's go to Ross.
Thank you. I'll try to keep this brief. So yeah, this was really just about the creation of digital spaces. As many of you will know, I've long been a supporter of the concept of creating virtual spaces for Asgardia. One of the reasons for this is we do have a fragmented digital society, and virtual spaces will allow us to come together, people from all over the world. Additionally, when we have, space arcs, even then, our population centers will be spread out across those and on the Earth as well. So creating digital spaces where we can come and connect and share in our culture, I think is going to be really important for us. So I'm very pleased to see that the government is now looking into exploring these avenues. And I would love to be a part of the discussion on that as well.
We can see, Ross, this is what the government does, and it's a very exciting thing.
It's very exciting, yeah.
What's beginning to happen is the action, which I talked about last year and which we had to get to. Next speaker is Jennifer. Jennifer?
Well, I just wanted to add to what Ross said. I too am very passionate about the digital space. In fact, it's part of what I ran on before I got elected to Parliament. And the idea that we could create spaces, as Guardian spaces, that are 3D, fully immersible, but in a way that can be downloaded, that if eventually somebody were to go to space or generations from now, they could just upload a program and inhabit someone and walk through these spaces like we did. We could actually, recreate our homes, recreate what we love, and they could walk through and experience this in a completely way that would connect us through many, many, many generations. And so, I have a lot of faith that this is going to be something big in a way for us to connect. I do like the Second Life platform of the ones that I've seen. They have a lot of support. There's a big Turkish influence there. People in Turkey can go to the parts there that are in Turkey and people talk to them. And so there's a way for people to come together that's not found on other digital platforms right now. And it's been around for a very long time. 20 years people have been building. My house is 14 years old and I just redecorated it there. And I have actual memories in this digital house of sitting there and having other people come, and we put on a movie and we all watch this. So we're sitting there in our digital things watching a movie, and it's a real bonding experience, and it's only going to get better and more powerful. But I hope that it will be done in ways that we can still pull away from that, connect to the beauty and the outdoors and our planet and the plants and the trees and different things like that. So I'm excited, and I just think Cheryl is an angel too. And when she announced this, I cried. I cried just like everyone else. And I thought, oh, this is just what we needed. So anyway, and if anyone has any skills in Blender or Adobe, why am I blanking out now? Adobe, Substance 3D Painter. I am looking for some help with that. Just FYI.
All right. I'm not your person for that. That's very good. I do think that what we've just seen is a step change in focus. I do believe that we've seen something historic in the development of Asgardia, and full credit to you, Jennifer, for your building. I give absolute credit for Cheryl for giving something she could have used for her own art to Asgardia. That is a tremendous contribution, tremendously generous gift. Any other questions or comments to any of the ministers before we move on to Mark and financial overview? Thank you. Cheryl has had to travel. Thank you, Jennifer. This is so exciting. And obviously, I will do whatever is necessary to assist with this. I'm very, very grateful for what's going on. Let's go to Mark next. I think this is the final item in our government hour. And then we shall have a short break and return to the other two pieces of legislation, and then we will finish. I guess we will finish at about 18:30. That's my guess at the moment. So, Mark. Yeah, certainly. Okay, you just take 1 minute then. we're going to have a break now till the top of the hour, so till 6 o'clock UTC. Then we will finish with the last two items of legislation, which will be Ross's item and then Ferda's item. So Ross's digital compatibility. Let me be precise. Ross's Digital Interface Act, which was a development debate. And we finished just in terms of Ferda's availability. We'll finish with the Foreign Affairs Act. Just to be clear, we are voting on the items which are in the official documentation. I still need to find a way to make sure that we have consistency with the versions, and I think the pass process can do that. We need to get that fixed, but we're voting on the items that have been distributed from the center. Thank you. So you can stay with us. I'll say that we'll start at 5 minutes past the hour. So this is our second and final break. So 5 past. You got about 13 minutes, and then I expect it will take us maybe an hour or so to finish our work. So it will actually be more like 7:15 or so when we finish, I think. Thank you. See you shortly. First of all, welcome back for the final session today. We did the opening, we've done the Consumer Protection Act, the Safety and Security Act, and we've done the the Digital Property Act. Next, we'll do the Digital Interface Act, and then finally the Foreign Affairs Act. To be clear, we're not voting on the Digital Interface Act today. It's an experiment. It's a developmental debate. And the reason is because we want to see if we can clarify and sharpen up the item. I don't know how this debate will go, will develop, but let's see. And then we can move on to the next items as well, which will be, the final item will be Foreign Affairs Act. And we're voting for the items, the versions which have been sent to you. I recognize there's still some variability, some change between the versions. I need to make sure we fix that issue. But what matters to me is that you understand you're voting for the versions that were in the official record, in the official documents. So next we go to Ross. Do you want to just talk about your item, and then we'll ask for feedback. What we're trying to do is work out what we need in terms of structure, a framework legislation for this. And Ross, you're in the best place to do it. So over to you, Ross. We don't vote on this.
I'm in the best place to do it. No idea what shape this will take, but
well, just present it as if you're presenting normal legislation. And what
okay,
we'll talk about. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
What I would like to do first is just go back and reiterate what the purpose of this was. Let me just share the screen as well. Right.
We see it. It's very beautiful.
The purpose of this, just to do a quick recap, was to create some legislation, a framework to ensure that Asgardia systems are joined up, so that they are compatible with one another and that they can talk to each other and share information where necessary. To give you an example of this, we could look at the Star Shop. Having Star Shop integrate with your Asgardia account would allow you to log in as an Asgardian. Allowing Star Shop to be compatible with your wallet means that you could spend your solars directly in Star Shop. Another example would be medical records. For instance, if you had multiple providers, specialist, hospital, all of these different entities would have their systems able to communicate with one another so that your healthcare providers could have a complete overview of all the medical information that they needed. So this was the impetus behind the creation of this act. The content itself was intended not to be exhaustive. It was intended to be in simple human language, because when dealing with technology, it can be quite technical language, which can be quite confusing. So we last discussed the core principles and the articles that would be in them. We've not done a reading of the supplementary content to this point, to my knowledge. So I'm not 100% sure exactly where you would like us to go from here, Lambert.
I think you basically introduced it. I think the issue is to work out if we don't need to get to a decision today. We're not voting on it today. But the question is, do we need to make, I don't know that we can answer this question today, but I did not want to take it off the agenda for one reason, because we need to get this act in. It's genuinely useful. Like I said last night, a lot of public services in the UK are not joined up with their platforms. They spent £12,000 million trying to have a joined up database for the National Health Service, and they haven't got one. It failed. So I want us to be good from the start. And the question for colleagues is, and we may not be able to do this today, is how I may be that myself and Ross and others who want to be involved with this to have a separate working group. I think that's what we should do through the through Ross's committee. Basically, that will be the working group to work out how we make it very specific. John has a view. John.
Yes. When you ask, do we need it? My answer immediately is yes. And when you got your wants and your needs, and you could say that you want it, and for me it's yes. And do we need it? Yes. We need to at least establish a framework. And the reason I say this is because the U.S., like you in the U.K., has so many different systems that are not connected that it would literally establish an efficiency beyond measure if they were. And I understand security and all that will be integrated in there. But there's just so many different things that could easily be integrated, and that would make life so much simpler for everybody if they were. And Ross mentioned medical is a perfect example. Now, there are medical establishments right now trying to integrate, and Brian, uh, he mentioned this. He actually did a seminar on it, and it was a very good seminar where they're trying to integrate certain things, and well, at least where he was talking about the need to integrate these things because if a person's sitting there receiving medical uh, things, and they got this issue, this issue, this issue, this issue, and this doctor saw this, and this doctor saw this, and this doctor saw this, and they have to go to another specialist, and they know nothing of what the doctor A, B, and C did, and that specialist prescribes a drug or does something that is actually going to reverse what A, B, and D or A, B, and C did, or may even threaten the person itself. But if that doctor or whoever had the information automatically, they go in the computer and boom, there's all your information of what A, B, and C did, right? And then that doctor can make a legitimate, intelligent decision based off those other decisions. But without that information, they can't. And that goes with banking, that goes with registration. You could put that model on just about anything. It would just make it so much more efficient. And I've been preaching this for years. And one of the areas that I've been preaching it in is just resumes, online resumes. Yes, we have some platforms that try to integrate, like Indeed.com or whatever, that try to integrate resumes, but so many people don't use it. And then when I go do a job, I've been in the job force for 45 years. And when I go to a new company and try to, then they want me to fill out this 20-page questionnaire. I'm actually insulted. I'm just speaking plainly here. I'm insulted that company wants me to fill out this 20-page questionnaire, because I've just spent the last 45 years establishing myself in the workforce, and I've got plenty of credibility that says this. And I turn in a resume with all that credibility, and that company takes that resume, tears it up, throws it in the garbage, and says, "No, you're not credible till you fill out this 20-page questionnaire." Well, I'm sorry, I don't like that, and I never have, never will. And I understand companies wanting to do it because they don't trust people's resumes, or they don't trust this, or they don't trust that. Well, I just don't agree with that. But if we had an integrated platform that was authenticated by all those involved with all that information, then all that employer's got to do or whatever is go in there, see the information, and boom, it's done. and
100%.
that's so much more efficient. So, yes. Do I think we need it? Yes. Do I think we need established framework now? Yes, because like Lambert said, why start off with a, excuse the expression, a screwed up system? Why not start off with a really good system that already has integration in mind? But that's
And
my
I think this is especially important for us from a nation perspective, because if we are going to be working with, contractors and third party providers and things like that, when they want to come and do business with us, they need to be able to assure us that the systems that they create for us will work and they will integrate with our platforms. So I completely agree with your point there, John. Very, very good point.
Thank you for that. And I am convinced we need this at the beginning. The reason that the United Kingdom has so many integration problems is because the country is older than the technology. For us, the technology is older than our country. So we can do it right from the beginning. When you go to Estonia, as colleagues who attended the Estonian physical sitting know, everything works well because they joined it after a few generations of internet experience and life, and also because they are very advanced anyway in terms of internet, but they didn't have the earlier versions. They have the most recent version. Ricky, Ikobo, and then Ricky.
Hello there. Yes, I definitely do agree. The Interface Act is definitely important. There are some things to consider. Integration, interfacing technology is all about data transfer. Languages, SQL, R, C++, C hash, all have specific requirements for them. It's a lot about sharing your data with the consumer. That's sort of how they're doing it now. Sharing your data with the developers, giving them specific rights to be able to access what's going on the platform. And those are some of the ways that we are currently seeing that exchange. So this also ties into sort of languages that developers would use on board. This ties into development requirements. This ties into sort of solutions. And I wouldn't say creating a language, but focusing on a particular language or database aspect that we can be able to use to monitor some of the development requirements and ensure that they are consistent with our development requirements. I believe access is important. It definitely prevents a lot of issues, but then that's on a different level. Where our level in regards to access would be a government body, probably security, being able to access all those requirements and such. And I definitely do agree with that. It's definitely something that should happen. We should be open and be able to understand what's going on, especially in such an enclosed space. But being able to determine the requirements and the logistics is definitely something to keep in mind, especially because of language development, platform development, integration requirements. It's all about data transfer. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Thank you. I'm going to take Ricky's point as well, then come back to Ross. Ricky.
Yeah, on the medical side of it, that's why in my earlier version of the cyber, I had mentioned Estonia and how they do things, because there's going to be times someone goes from one doctor to another, and there might be something in there that that doctor don't need to know about, you know. So they have to, the doctor has to physically request permission to see the medical records, and the person that owns those medical records, they can block access to certain parts. So that's something that needs to definitely be put in there. A lot of other things. I like Ross's thing, and it's good because it goes in with the Cyber Act. Whatever is done is going to have to follow international standards, and then whoever we deal with, third party, outside contractors and such, they all have to meet the highest standard of whoever else that we or they are dealing with. So that's something else that the Cyber Act covers. It's a good idea, Ross. I like it.
Back to you, Ross.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Ricky. This was designed with the fact that you have already covered the safety and security angle of the information. So this is really talking about the systems themselves, and we have already kind of like added this into the principles article, where we do stipulate that it would uphold the utmost standards of protection, and that we want to make sure that it does not endanger the privacy of citizens. And so a system like you've described, where people will be able to have a say, is kind of expanded here as well, that the platforms themselves need to focus on the user experience. So yes, they should be able to go, okay, look, I don't want I don't want the doctor to have that information, or I don't want people to have that information, so that they have control over it. And on Ikiobi's point, I think it's a great, it's probably something that this hasn't dipped into enough, in terms of the technology behind it, in terms of the language, the data access. But what we have tried to address is the use of open standards, and to try and keep this in line with current international norms, so that we do have that transparency and that flexibility, as you mentioned. And in order to ensure that people are adhering to these, to create detailed technical standards for those protocols, such as the requesting and sending of data through APIs or whatever technology. And that, again, that could be covered under the Asgardian Institute of Standards. Those could be enshrined there, which is why this legislation didn't go too deep into the technical details.
Thank you. Let's get Ariadne, I think our last speaker on this item, then I'll summarize what happens next. Ariadne.
Sí, gracias, Ross. Muy bueno que
Thank
lo...
you, Ross. It's good that you mentioned that. I think someone with a chronic disease or an old person has its medical registry validated at the hospital that they go to. So we have to check how much that hospital allows that information to be released. And I think we should be able to add the Asgardian ID in that data. And if that person is willing to donate organs and just vital information. So I think that's a very positive thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's go back to Ross to summarize.
I'm sorry. One thing I want to note: access is all I'm for. I like access, but control is one of the issues that I will sort of speak my mind about. But having complete access, being able to see, understand, but being able to control and adjust is something that we are going to need to make considerations for, Ross. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's good. Ross, do you want to summarize, and then we move on to the final item?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ariadne makes a great point there. And yes, of course, it is going to be a long time before we probably need to worry about what data, our hospitals have, because we don't have any Asgardian hospitals yet. But we do have a lot of systems that could benefit from this. And definitely, yes, control, who can manipulate the data and things like that, of course, are going to be huge. And I'm sure there's a lot of technical solutions we can look into there. And perhaps this doesn't go into enough depth on that topic in terms of how that information can be protected so that it cannot be, for example, tampered with and things like that. But again, We do have quite robust legislation from Ricky about the manipulation of data and about data protection. So yeah, there could be an argument for that, and it's definitely something that I'll take into consideration. And I'll take everybody's feedback, and we will look at what we can do to further develop this legislation, and hopefully next time I bring it to the floor, it will be for a reading. Thank you very much for your contributions, everyone.
Thanks, Ross. Yes, it's an unusual situation because we all want this, and the feedback I had was, let's get really specific and make sure we've got the structural framework in place. It's not an insult or criticism of you at all, and I think we need to speak offline after the parliamentary sitting about it and just work out what we need to do. I'm fairly comfortable with the content now, but I just feel that there are others who wanted it just to be modified a little bit, and we can do that. We'll achieve it. We will achieve it. Thank you, Ross. We move to the last item now. I don't think Ferda is with us, but I believe that the Foreign Affairs Act is going to be represented by somebody else. So we do the Foreign Affairs Act now.
That's me. That's me, Lambert.
Yep. You again, John. I knew it was you. Actually had it written down here. Right. So we're talking about the version which is in the official record. Version in the official record. That's what we need to do. So please.
Yeah, I copied it straight off the version you sent. So
okay, good.
It's
Thank
the
you.
one in the official record.
Okay, over to you then for our last item of business.
Okay.
Yes, for today.
All right, then I wanted to add to that what Ross was saying, that I agree that the details will have to be drawn out in specifics, but I think at least establishing a framework is spot on. And other acts besides Ricky's also has provisions in there for data manipulation. So I think we are already on top of it with the acts that we've already approved or are going to approve. So I think that this Ross's act will integrate fairly well into those acts as well. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna share my screen. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we see it.
I didn't know I had the window open. Can't have no windows open. Okay, let's get these windows closed. All right. They don't work right if I have it. Whoop.
Oh, everyone, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I do not see the Digital Interface Act on the voting block.
No, it's not. The Digital Interface Act is not for voting today. It was a different kind of debate. That's what we were doing. It was different today. So we're not voting on that. It was a different kind of development or adjournment debate, as we would call it in Westminster. So you can't vote on it this time. We will return to the second reading at the next sitting. So you're quite right. You're quite right. John. Yeah, we see it. What is international relations? We see it.
What is international relations? International relations, often referred to as international affairs, is the study of the interaction of nation-states and non-governmental organizations in fields such as politics, economics, and security. Professionals work in academia, government, and non-profits to understand and develop cooperative exchanges between nations that benefit commerce, security, quality of life, and the environment. The study and practice of international relations is interdisciplinary in nature, blending the fields of economics, history, and political science to examine topics such as human rights, global poverty, the environment, economics, globalization, security, global ethics, and the political environment. Exceptional economic integration, unprecedented threats to peace and security, and an international focus on human rights and environmental protection all speak to the complexity of international relations in the 21st century. This means the study of international relations must focus on interdisciplinary research that addresses, anticipates, and ultimately solves public policy problems. It is important to note that international relations has a broad purpose in contemporary society, as it seeks to understand the origins of war and the maintenance of peace, the nature and exercise of power within the global system, and the changing character of state and non-state actors who participate in international decision-making. For example, some institutions may study the psychological and social-psychological reasoning behind the actions of foreign policymakers, while others may focus their international studies on the institutional processes that contribute to the goals and behaviors of states. Ultimately, the area of international relations studied depends on the goals or objectives of the organization. It is equally important to note that the study and practice of international relations in today's world is valuable for many reasons. First, international relations promote successful trade policies between nations. Second, international relations encourages travel related to business, tourism, and immigration, providing people with opportunities to enhance their lives. Third, international relations allows nations to cooperate with one another, pool resources, and share information as a way to face global issues that go beyond any particular country or region. Contemporary global issues include pandemics, terrorism, and the environment. And fourth, international relations advances human culture through cultural exchanges, diplomacy, and policy development.
Introducing the Asgardia Foreign Affairs Act, second reading. This act will set the initial framework. Oh, wait. Sorry, the window is blocking my trying to. Okay. I can't read my own. Let's see if I can remember. This act.
Just calm down and try harder, John. The world is watching.
Well, the screen, trying to minimize the screen here. It won't minimize. I can't read my own what it says.
We can see it. We can see it fine.
Okay, let's see. This act will set the initial framework required for.
Do you want me to do the reading? You do the slides.
Just the first top line. Just the first top line.
Let's do that.
This act will set the initial framework required to regulate foreign affairs for the nation of Asgardia.
Okay, establish bilateral relations with countries of Earth and with the United Nations and its specialized agencies, and develop a foundational framework for relations with and recognition by nations of planet Earth. The Act will ensure the robust evolution of foreign affairs related to space travel and space settlement. This Act will also lay the initial foundations for achieving these objectives. We have the following articles. Article 1, Definitions. Article 2, Framework for Bilateral Relations with Earth Nations. Article 3, Parameters for Achieving Global Relations and Mutual Recognition by Earth Nations. Article 4, Membership of the United Nations. Article 5, Foreign Affairs Protocols, Responsibilities, and Positions. Article 6, Foundational Principles of Foreign Relations between Space States. Article 1 definitions won't be read. These are standard definitions that explain certain words, positions, and acronyms to help the reader understand the information better. And, I think everybody's familiar with definitions. Article 2, bilateral and multilateral
relations.
Yeah, I tell you what. Foreign policy shall be advanced and aligned with Asgardia's core values of, hold on, I can move that one. Values of equal human rights, democratic premises, peaceful relations in space, cultural heritage protections, and non-discriminatory practices. Asgardia's foreign relations policies, protocols, and correspondences shall be harmonious with the principles of the United Nations, international relations with sovereign equality, and keeping in mind that the prohibition of force when engaged in international foreign ties. Once implemented, passport and visa management should harmonize with international treaties and practices. Under the direction of the Asgardia Constitution and the Supreme Values, foreign affairs administrators shall establish and uphold regulations, rules, procedures, policies, codes, protocols, and other processes needed for foreign relations within Asgardia, United Nations, and Earth nations. A structured foreign relations bilateral, multilateral representative system to cover Asgardia's organizational, permanent, area, district, regional, and continental ambassadorships and their representation to Earth nation states. When needed, a United Nations permanent appointee, collaborative and developmental international and United Nations foreign relations aligning Asgardia's objectives with global initiatives, including any unions, organizations, groups, confederations, enterprises, agencies, NGOs, corporations, associations, and similar entities that will benefit and strengthen Asgardia's worldly foreign affairs towards bilateral, multilateral relations. Excuse me. Global relations and Ross, get that last
mutual
part.
recognition by Earth nations.
Okay. Asgardia Space Nation will achieve global relations and recognition by ensuring competent representation of Asgardia and governance before foreign states and international organizations, negotiating with foreign nation states and international organizations in cooperation with relevant institutions and organizations, ensuring professional conduct with external and internal entities who are conducting foreign affairs, ensuring compliance with activities conducted by other Asgardian organizations, including the committees and ministries with the scope of Asgardia's international foreign policy, pursuing negotiations, authorizations, approvals, and contracts for MOUs, accords, agreements, and treaties with other nation states and entities. Providing oversight of the foreign relations processes, ensuring management of foreign relations legislative and document compliance, and any related diplomatic processes, pursuing foreign affairs related to the development of international law and legal jurisprudence, creating a structured foreign relations representation such as diplomats, ambassadors, attaches, agents, advisors, envoys, delegations, and representatives of Asgardia, creating a structured reporting system for all foreign relation processes and representation, exercising due recognition towards international laws and relations relatable to matters of foreign affairs and the respect for them. United Nations membership. Membership of the United Nations is open to peace-loving nations that accept the multilateral agreements within the UN Charter. Asgardia's foreign relations will align with the scope of this charter as it relates to Asgardia. Asgardia shall adopt specific protocols suggested by the United Nations diplomatic protocol practices. The minimum requirements are as follows. Ambassadorships. While all Asgardians are considered ambassadors of Asgardia in representation and beliefs, some ambassadors will hold an office of ambassadorship, either a paid position, civil servant, or volunteer, to represent Asgardia. These ambassadorships can be city, area, district, regional, countries, subcontinental, and continental representatives. Diplomats, delegates, consuls, envoys, emissaries, attaches, and dignitaries. Permanent representatives to the United Nations. Any position directly or indirectly supporting Asgardia in an authoritative foreign relations capacity.
Diplomatic immunity.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Asgardia will seek, excuse me. Asgardia will seek mutual diplomatic immunity under the international agreements found in the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. Asgardia's diplomatic papers, articles, and materials shall be protected under the sovereignty of the Asgardia Space Nation. The following will be covered by diplomatic immunity. Asgardian foreign affairs representatives working in an official authoritative capacity. Asgardia's diplomatic papers, articles, or materials contained in a diplomatic bag. The bag shall not be opened or detained by foreign nation states. Bear visible external markings of their character as related to Asgardia. Only contain documents, articles, or materials intended for official use. The last thing to be covered under diplomatic immunity is foreign affairs representatives from other nation states and any diplomatic papers, articles, or materials being carried in a diplomatic bag for official foreign affairs. Accreditation. Asgardia shall create a global foreign affairs accreditation program to ensure foreign affairs officers are professionally and appropriately represented. Foreign affairs representatives shall have the proper educational background, work experience, and personal experience to consider accreditation. Persona non grata. The Supreme Space Council will resolve or issue matters of persona non grata. Excuse me. Any Asgardian or other Earth nationality accused of persona non grata will be given appropriate consideration in proving their innocence or justifying their actions. Any Asgardian found guilty of persona non grata by the Supreme Space Council will be relieved of duties and not allowed to conduct foreign relations or Asgardia. Any foreign dignitary or diplomat, foreign affairs representatives, found guilty of persona non grata within Asgardia will not be allowed to conduct foreign relations with Asgardia. Foreign affairs protocols, responsibilities, and positions. Foreign affairs powers and authorities, rules and regulations, protocols, and other responsibilities shall be established through appropriate lawmaking processes within the scope of the Asgardia Constitution. Such entities shall be created for a specific purpose. Once the purpose has been completed, it shall be dissolved. Space States Foundational Relations. Asgardia Space Nation promotes the peaceful use of outer space. As such, Asgardia will conduct relations with Earth nations concerning space. In the scope of those relations and Asgardia's membership in the United Nations, Asgardia will adopt and honor any relevant treaties, agreements, or conventions as they relate to the peaceful use of outer space and foreign affairs, and adopt and honor any core outer space declarations and principles related to foreign affairs. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Join me in approving this historical legislation by voting yes for approval. We're now ready for questions and answers.
Thanks very much, John. Always good to see your presentations, Kirby.
I like the structure and the overall requirements, but I don't see anything about the local culture or customs in the area. I do see a lot of aligning Asgardia's core values with equal human rights, democratic premises, peaceful relationships in space, based off of the United Nations. But I don't see anything about local customs. Is there something you can show me about local customs and sort of regulations as well?
Well, I mean, this is really, it's based off international, and I think what you're talking about, it actually, that falls under protocols, because part of protocols is adapting to the local customs. So that will fall under protocols, and that would probably be established by a policy or a code. But in the act itself, it's covered under protocols. But and what we, part of what we said was the United Nations protocols. We would adhere to the United Nations, and part of their protocols is considering local protocols. So that's how it would be covered. There's no sense in rewriting what's already been written, and the United Nations covers that very well. In the original act, there's actually links in there where you can go in and see the actual United Nations documents of where they establish this, and Asgardia is essentially saying that we will follow the guidelines by United Nations as far as international relations. So essentially, we will have to practice within the same protocol guidelines as what the United Nations has already established. And part of that establishment is, of course, the local, because you wouldn't want to go into a local area and act in a way that wouldn't be appropriate. You know, like, for instance, say if I was to go to, if I was a female and I go into Turkey or some nation, or a nation like Turkey, well, then I would want my head covered. that is a custom in that country for females, which is perfectly fine. So, and I know the United States, that's part of their protocols is that if they go to a country like that, that they have their uh, that they're at least within the government can control that they have their head covered. But there's that's just one protocol, but there are several protocols in every country. So yes, that's a good question. I'm glad you brought it up, but I think it's pretty much covered under how we establish that we will follow the same guidelines as what the United Nations, which has already established a system of protocols. So
I agree. I agree, but we should have something in it for us, not just always waiting for the United Nations to adjust something or say something. We should have something for us so the people of Asgardia know how those requirements should be in place. I think maybe putting something in about local customs as well is definitely essential. And I think it'll help to be more harmonious with the local communities as well, and not just throw it out to the United Nations. It's sort of, how do I say, passe that it's being thrown out to the United Nations. It feels more concrete and more of a directive that is something that we want to address if it's put in and we put a clause in there instead of just throwing it out to the United Nations, especially when you're dealing with foreign affairs. It's essential to always be able to be cordial with the local customs instead of just saying whatever the United Nations is saying about local customs, that's what we're going to do. It's also something to uphold as a nation as well, especially with head coverings and religious requirements and holiday requirements and such. So just something to include, not just to leave it like just throw it away like that. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
yeah, well, I mean, we're not really throwing it away. I mean, because we have our own scope within the Asgardia Constitution that also addresses this. And there's several other, and even then, there will be policies that come out of this and regulations. It certainly will cover that area. That's part of the educational part of the accreditation. Though that I'm sure that will be established in the accreditation part. But I mean, we could throw, but this is a framework law, and the thing is the framework law only establishes the framework. Then we add all the trimmings, the drywall and the brick and all that comes later. But the frame is just the framing, the basic structure of the law. And I noticed, when this thing was first developed, it was huge. I don't know, it was around 23 pages, something like that. It was a huge act originally because we had so many details. But we've gotten it. We kept reducing, because it was just too big. It's just too much. And so we basically what we try to do is restructure it to just a framework, right? That allows us to establish additional items onto it afterwards. And certainly what you're saying, that's a great argument, and I agree. But I'm just saying right now it's actually covered. But I'm not saying that we're giving the United Nations a responsibility. I'm saying that if something was to happen after this is released, it would be covered under the act in a broad sense. Now, if we need to specify that, then that needs to come out in codes or regulations or various other type of devices that we have available to us in order to do that, which it probably should, because individual culture is a very diverse item. But I understand we could come up with something that's probably abroad in nature, but I just don't think it would add as. I mean, I think we've already done that with just what we already have. But I mean, we could if there's agreement through everybody here that we need something like that. I guess yes, we certainly can. But I just think that it would be more redundant than because we've already established it within the framework. So where the items covered, and then we can get specific later. And that's the way me personally, I try to establish all my framework laws is I'm just establishing the framework. I'm not
I
putting
think
in.
I understand, but I think it's called foreign affairs. I think from inception, we have to establish those frameworks. I don't think we should wait till a second or third round. I think it's something that we need to establish as a group and as a society. Understand those cultural requirements are definitely essential. People have the religious holidays. That's what stems a lot of the issues that we see now on our planet, is not establishing it from inception. And making sure that people understand those requirements is something that I think we should include from inception, and not just waiting and throwing it off for whatever reason that we're looking for. I think it should be established because it's foreign affairs. It's cordial relations with other nations, other countries, and it should be something that we should establish from the inception and not throwing it off in that sort of manner, especially in regards to foreign affairs.
Well, we're certainly if you could jot down a few ideas of what you're talking about and email that to me, we'll certainly consider it.
Yeah, let's do that. Rather than going into further dialogue here, let's do that. So if you can send it to John and Ferda, copy me in as well, please, and then we'll incorporate that.
Sure thing. I will. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you for your proactivity. Ricky, and then Ariadne. Ricky?
Yeah, a lot of what he's talking about, like John said in response, is already covered. And also, too, I had come across the two recent, basically textbooks from the ambassadors training course that I've sent Frida. And so I know that those issues are in there. I saw it in the index. As John said, these are just frameworks. Any codes, regulations, and those are going to be coming from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and and their staff. It's the same way with the other ministries. Every ministry has to come up with codes. Basically, a codified Asgardia regulations. Some people might think that, well, that would go in the AIS. Actually, that needs to be a separate thing. AIS, it does have its purpose, but a CAR, just like the CFRs in the States and that, it's lays out everything. So I agree with both of you. Okay. Customs and that, they do need to be addressed, but that follows under Foreign Affairs Minister as to how they're addressed. It's not Parliament's place to do it. Sure, we come up with the laws, but there's some things it's not our place to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that as a comment rather than a question. We'll go to Ariadne, then Millard. Ariadne?
Gracias. Felicitaciones, John. Me ha encantado ver.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, John. I like the format, the file read to observe a framework law. The framework law offers a big panoramic to see the conduct to follow. The invitation, the opening invitation, the image, the formality is this one. what is the formality that we're going to have in the road? It depends on the relationships and the interactions that we continue to achieve. It is very impressive, all the reality objectives that you have exposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Millard, do you want to make a comment? We can't hear you. You need to unmute, Millard. Yep, I think we can hear you now.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we can now.
Okay.
Yeah.
One thing I need to consider is whether to necessarily be sort of a subsidiary of the UN, and the in other words, you want Klaus Schwab and his buddies to be your bosses, really, because I think that's kind of what's behind all this. You know, being an old conspiracy theory character, I have to ask, you know, if we go with the party line of NASA and ESA and so forth, and the World Economic Forum, I'm not sure that's where we want to wind up, but it's something to consider. That's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Millard. Good points. Let me get John to summarize.
Thank you, Millard. And I know where you're coming from because I've seen all that information, and I know there's a reason for concern there, but we already established early on in Asgardia that we would try to align with the United Nations because that's one of the goals of Asgardia is to become a United Nations member. And so in order for us to do that, we have to our laws should reflect that that's what we want to do. And how we do that is we look at see what the United Nations, and what I do when at least with law that I'm associated with is I don't follow their guidelines to the letter. Okay, I follow it to the scope of the Asgardia Constitution, right? So where the United Nations and Asgardia are aligned, that's what I put into my acts. Now, where they're not aligned, I don't put it in there. Okay. So, and that way at least we have some substance that's relatable to those in the United Nations. And so that's what I do. I don't know about anybody else, but if it's aligned with our Constitution, which I fully believe in, then yes, I integrate it. But if it's not, I don't. And so I just hope that helps.
Thank you, John, and thank you for presenting this on behalf of Ferda, Enan, who has personal matters to deal with. Go on, John. Oh, sorry, Millard.
The UN has an office of honors affairs, and I don't know if you are familiar with those people, if that's what you're doing. Headquartered in the UN in Vienna. So that's the outfit that has been keeping the secrets all these years. And they're going to continue to do so, I assume. They're also planning, supposedly, they're allegedly preparing us for a fake alien invasion. And the real aliens probably aren't too happy about this idea. So I think we need to take sort of some very delicate steps here before we sign up with the UN and their agenda, because it may not be what you think it is. Just something to consider.
Thank you. And that's a point well made. We do need to take that seriously also. Last word to you, John.
Yes, on behalf of FERDA, who really wanted to be here to give this presentation, I want to, and I just, well, first off, I want to give my blessings and support for her while she has to deal with some personal issues right now, and that's why the reason she's not here. But on behalf of FERDA, I want to say that the Foreign Affairs and all Foreign Affairs Committee representatives, that we looking for your support on this act and its second reading. And we appreciate all the support that everybody gives, and we appreciate all the questions, and thank you.
John, thank you very much. And everybody who contributed, thank you very much. We are voting for the version which has been published. And if you agree, then vote yes. If you disagree, vote no. If you abstain, then, well, if you don't know, then vote abstain. This is a very important piece of legislation because it will define our relationship with other nations in the decades to come. We have to get this into place. It really matters. And I hope that we will soon be recognized by terrestrial nations. That brings us to the end of our formal agenda for the day. Let me summarize what we have done. We had the opening. We covered the Consumer Protection Act first reading, the Information Safety and Security Cyber Act second reading, the Foreign Affairs Act second reading, the Digital Interface Act, the development debate, and the Asgardia Digital Property Act second reading also. We also covered the government hour with some tremendous news. I will come back to that in a moment, together with an economic report, which really tells us we must do more to get residents. And I just want to make one more point. The news from Cheryl and also from Jennifer is absolutely fantastic. It's exactly what we need to sell Asgardia to third parties. We need to promote the idea of Asgardia to those people who really need to be part of our project and part of our process. That's our mission, that's our objective. But we have something to tell them. Tomorrow, before our show, before our presentation and our meeting, we'll have on my show at 1100 UTC, I will have the Chief Executive Officer of the British Interplanetary Society talking with me about Asgardia and about space. Do please join me if you can. This is an indication of the seriousness with which people take Asgardia. I hope that Bridget will be able to get us a meeting with the American equivalent in Dallas when I am over. That's not guaranteed yet, but Bridget's doing great work. She's busy today, but she is doing great work for Asgardia. Tomorrow we start at 1500 UTC. We have a great presentation from Dr. Belakovsky again about the long-term isolation experiment, and we will talk about what each of the committees are doing with the reports that I have. We will also elect a new chair of the Finance Committee. So quite a lot to do tomorrow. And I'll have a quick look at the priority legislation as well, a short debate on that. The earliest we can finish is 1700 UTC. The latest will be 2000, and I expect we won't go all the way through. Thank you very much for everybody who's been involved today. Very good day. Very great news about going to the moon. We're going to the moon, people. That's really good news. And TJ's emotions, I think, are shared collectively, because it's a great big deal to be able to make that trip. And I'm very proud of us because of the work that she has done. And we have to be very proud of what Cheryl's done there as well. Have a good rest of the day. As I say, join me on the show on today's News Talk, TNTradio.live if you wish to. It's actually a television station. But please do be here at 1500 tomorrow. to continue the third day of our fourth session in the second sitting. Thanks again to the team, my team, and also to our interpreters. They do great work. And it's late for some of them. They need to go and sleep to be ready for tomorrow. Have a good evening. Good to see Peter. You look better, but you've arrived just in time to see us finish. So have a good evening. And we got to 58. So when we get to 28, then I shall shut the session. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
See you then. See you tomorrow.
Oh.